Mm. You got little baby beans. There's a kitten right here. And earlier today, I caught Phoebe, who is the most annoyed of the two adult cats by the kitten. Or of the two adult cats, she's the one most annoyed by the kitten. And but earlier today, didn't no, I'm assuming Josh is using other two adult cats. I'm assuming Chinese, perhaps. Um, anyway, let's see. Hello, Bran. Yeah, earlier today, if you're in the CashApp Moon Discord server, which Josh is, um, you saw that I took a little like 35-second or so video of Phoebe slurping the baby. Um, the mutual grooming thing that cats do, it's a sign of affection. Vietnamese, okay. Um, Anyway, mutual grooming between cats, it's a sign of affection. Um, usually, usually indicating that you feel that like if you're a cat, you will groom another cat, as a sign of like feeling very close or at least somewhat protective, because like left to their own devices, like like in field um and amongst wild cat, that that the house cat is descended of. In the same way that in the same way like doggo is descended of the Eurasian gray wolf and Siberian timber wolves, right? Like cats are descended of the African and Eurasian wildcats, and so it's like yeah, mothers will do this with their kittens, with the African and Eurasian wildcats, right? And Um, because some semblance of consent that's communicated amongst their own species is involved in, like mating season. Like when like when like when a female African wildcat or obviously like feral house cats are going through their heat cycle. There is a semblance of consent, but it's like it's something that's communicated amongst their species. Like it like ergo this is why like like even domesticated animals cannot give meaningful consent with humans for such activities because we do, like even if you just want to look at it as like we do not communicate these things in the same way and on the same level and to the same level of understanding, right, of what this all entails. So like when a female and a male are kind of like bonded during the female's heat cycle, um for mating, um they'll mutually groom each other because like I said, it's a sign of like, and kittens will do that in the same litter once like they, yet Nigel can't understand consent not being given to. I know, right? He is a weird cat. But yeah, like as I said to Worst X, I just kind of got used to Nigel wanting to watch, even when it's just by myself. He likes to watch, and oh, your toy's going again. Go play, go chase it. I turned on one of the electric cat toys earlier today because he was really bugging the shit out of Phoebe. Like maybe half an hour after I took that video, right? He decides he's got a bug up his ass and he's going to annoy the shit out of Phoebe. But yeah, so it's like, like kittens will do that. Will like mutually groom each other when they're learning how to, do the like, self-cleaning kind of grooming, right? So, I mean, and that's one of the reasons that I've got friends who will forget that, because at this point it's like it's pretty well established that no, Nigel and Phoebe are not litter mates, right? Like, all my friends that I've got right now, they know, at least all the ones who've like, met my cats know that Nigel and Phoebe are not litter mates. And, but yet they will still sometimes, but Nigel and Phoebe will like, they'll like snuggle together, they'll, groom each other, like in the self-care and, hygienic sort of way, right? We're not talking about the abusive, psychological abuse, stuff that Ethel likes to do with her audience, especially on her Discord server, which is full of teens and young 20-somethings who are easier for her to manipulate. Um, but no, it's like, so like when cats do it, it's a sign of affection. It's a sign of, wanting to, take care of the other cat or human when they'll do it to us. Like, I've, Nigel, Phoebe, they will both like, have moments where they just have to like, like hold down my hand and like, slurp me. So yeah, I caught Phoebe giving the baby slurps. And like I said, she is the one who has, expressed the most annoyance when Bran gets a stick up his butt um, to just be like really annoying and like beg. Yeah, it's like basically begging her to play in the most annoying way by like trying to force play upon her, right? So yeah, I caught video. There is evidence that Phoebe loves the baby. There's evidence that she loves Bran. She truly does. So yeah, I'm gonna wait until we get our other person back in chat before I all right, http colon backslash slash um uh, you know what, I'm going to I'm going to replace this The hell? Okay, let me just do a thing here. P-A-R-T-Y. All right, start new goal. All right, load faster. Load faster. Faster, I say. All right, share. And we copy the thing. Copio. Go back to restream. All right. All right. So, all right, I've got that up to date now. Got a temporary Ko-Fi goal of exactly $100 because my P.O. box rent is due for the next 6 months. And then what happens is, so after 6 months, I've got 15 days to pay the rent. Thankfully, the post office does not do back due fees, or late fees, whatever. And oh shit, I gotta do that after I am thankfully, because Section 8, at the very least, the agency mine is through, because there's like 2 agencies for this part of the state. They what? They do not pass me late fees, which is nice. On the other hand, it does get me a little bit slacking. So I've got to deliver this through the drop slot before I go to bed, at the very least. So let's see. All right, last month's rent receipt, because my bank did not send me the duplicates. The checks that do the duplicates on them. So, okay, date. I'm going to backdate this a little bit, so just to just for an air of plausible deniability that I'm not completely, insane, right? Oh, right, January. I was just like, what the hell is the English for Miss Januar? I seriously will sometimes forget English under stress, and English is my first language. Like, Welsh is a second language that I picked up when I was starting at the age of 12. By all logic, Welsh should be the language I will periodically forget when under stress, even relatively minor stress. But like I said, by all logic, Welsh should be the language I'm more likely to forget, because that's how language works, right? But because but for some reason, like, my guess, I always assumed it's because, my maternal granddad, the, it's my maternal grandparents who, like, did the overwhelming raising of me. Like, I lived with my parents, all throughout childhood, right? But, just, like, I was often, like, just, like, um, dropped off at the grandparents for, like, the weekend, or, just, like, in the middle of the like, or for some reason in the middle of the week, if especially during especially during summer breaks, right? um the, like, I remember, like, spending about half um of the Christmas break from school. Like, when I was a little kid, I remember spending about half of the Christmas break at the grandparents, and the other half would be spent at home, right? With my parents. So it's like, when I say my grandparents, my maternal grandparents raised me, that is barely an exaggeration, right? So it's 2025. Igain, Pimparigain. Pay to the order of. What is this? All right, right. I have some duplicate. Oh, gosh, the way that they do the rent receipt is, like, really stupid. So it's like, they'll give me the rent receipt, but it only has, like, so it only has, like, the amount of my rent, plus the date, plus the building number, apartment number, and and um and what else? Yeah, but, like, nothing else. So, like, I have the old checkbook with duplicates at the back of the checkbook that I reference when I do this, like, outside of the office. And the reason I need to put this in the drop slot tonight, before I go to bed, is because I mentioned last stream that my friend Lucifer is coming to pick me up for him and his partner are coming tomorrow to pick me up. I do not know what time of day, so um hold on. I can't write and speak at the same time. All right, so I'm going to leave this right hereabouts on the laptop. Oh, Bend it this way so that I can read the full screen. All right, hereabouts on the laptop so that I don't forget to do this. Or, you know what? While I'm waiting for a couple more people to show up, at least one other person, I want to see at least Josh and Cute Guts in the chat before I go much, into all the lovely shit that's happened in the last 24 hours, I'm guessing. Um, So yeah, we've got a same goal of 5 super chats for the next stream to or you know what, I'll give myself like 2 weeks to fulfill that, um the the super chat goal. And I'll give myself 2 weeks because that'll give enough time to rehearse and make sure I know all of what is going on. So okay. So anyway, I've got a friend showing up tomorrow. We're going to go get some lunch. We're going to get some lunch. We're going to go to there's this history podcaster who does some who's going on a lecture tour for his stuff currently. And like I said, my friend Lucifer's really excited to see this guy. Like, I guess it's one of his and his partner's favorite podcasters, which I'm like, I love you. At the same time, this is like such, like a white couple thing to do. It's like have a favorite podcast that you both get like stupidly excited about, but that's okay. That's okay. I mean this with love. Where the hell are my fucking? How did the thing pop out of that? The handle on that one. This is fun. I'm having a good time. Okay, so yesterday all my life I've been so very gay. Really? I saw the goddamn thing yesterday. I literally did. This is how life conspires to drive me insane. So, let's see. It'd be a bad idea to use either of these, especially because one of those isn't even for me. It's for the goddamn charm bracelet I'm putting together for my niece. No. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. No, I forget where the hell that is right now. So, you know what? This will work. If any wax gets stuck onto it, I will, just stick the thing in the freezer and then what? Flake it off. Okay, so because I am a big nerd, I like to, like, when I drop the rent in, when I drop the rent check into the drop slot, I like to first off put it in an envelope like you're supposed to, and then like I lick the tip of the envelope, but I then also do the wax seal thing. So if you don't, like, I've seen a few of the wax seal videos that I guess people like, that's like kind of like become its own little like subcategory of the oddly satisfying category of videos. So one thing that I learned a long time ago is if or you know what? It's less likely to get all sorts of little like stuff in the filigree if I use my ring instead. So in a pinch, in fact, like a lot of people, like back when like wax seals were like more of a thing, obviously, like they were like the only thing to seal your envelopes. A lot of times people would have, like, that's why where like the whole like signet ring thing came from was like it could double. Like a lot of men would wear them on usually on the pinky because like that's like the closest to the edge. Just like position it, to like face the edge of the finger, and there you've always got your wax seal, right? Like you may not always have the wax, but you're going somewhere where you will have the wax, right? And you never lose your wax seal that way. That's like the whole like that's one of the reasons for like the signet, pinky rings, right? They were functional as well as, just like a gorgeous piece of jewelry. Seriously? Fucking light, you piece of crap. But yeah, I like to seal the envelopes. And I do this with like the cards that I include in packages for my niece. There we go. Now, because I'm not like a truly dedicated wax seal dude, my shit ends up looking very messy. Like I end up with like soot in the wax a lot of times. But hey. Seriously? Oh, that's fun. Oh, yay. No, there's the trash. Okay. So, it doesn't look great. I might be able to, There we go. Just use my ring, rock the sides, and there we go. And that is how, as if anybody couldn't figure it out on their own, right? And because I use purple pens, it just kind of became a thing I started doing in high school. Whereas, like, unless I absolutely have to, like when it says on, like on a government form, like use only blue or black ink, right? And that's largely because like that's like on old like Xerox machines, like photocopiers, though that would only do black and white images, or like would only do black and white printouts, right? That's those were what would like read the best. Ideally black. The standard blue pens would read best as well. Anything else would not read very well. Or like would not transfer very well in photocopies. Pencil pencil writing, has a terrible reputation for being visible in old school black and white photocopies, right? And just because it's more secure, oh yeah, fax machines do that too. Like fax machines do the same thing where it's like it's more like the blue or black ink is most visible in a fax, like because it's basically like a photocopy that is sent over the phone lines, right? And fax machines are still used in a lot of both medical and government offices because it's more secure than emails and because it's more secure than sending it as an email, right? So so yeah, it seems very antiquated. It seems like a thing that like nobody should have any reason to use, but it's you're not going to hack into a fax, right? You're not going to hack, somebody's not going to hack into a fax and or the paper file, right? So that's why there's still like a necessary paper trail for these things, right? Egain. Pimparegain. All right. So let's see. Rent is, at least the check's written up, right? So I will, oh, I don't have a clip in here. I usually, oh, that's right. I put them all, in the kitchen because Bran thinks that the general purpose clips that I use, the metal ones, the metal springy ones that I use so much, are the most fun thing in the world to fart around with. And I always tell him, no, this isn't yours. It's not your metal clip. It's mine. I give you your own toys. I don't take your toys, Bran. But he's a kitten, so he doesn't like to listen. Like, the rules, like, you can think the rules don't apply to you all you like, but unless you're a kitten, nobody's going to let you get away with it. Not for long, anyway. Definitely not indefinitely, right? And there are times when I, ideally, I think anarcho-socialism is probably the best method of, operating society, right? But realistically, pragmatically, we're not going to be seeing that in my lifetime. And Marx did not believe in throwing those most vulnerable to the ills of capitalism under the bus in, for the anarcho-communist ideal. He went on, he wrote that, it's often it's often preferable to be more pragmatic about these things. That's like a paraphrasing. I'm, exact quotes only go like so with how well I can remember that shit. But like I said, like that's the general gist. Plus I'm working off of translations from German, a language I do not speak. I know like maybe 5 phrases in German on a good day. Ooh! Reddit has said to me, you can unlock r/essence of thought, as in the subs, rating faster by adding at least 5 posts now. Ooh! This is gonna be nice. Cause yeah, I made a couple of posts earlier today of screenshots because it seems, that somebody, probably somebody named Ethel, or at least somebody acting as an essence of intern, an essence of unpaid intern on her behalf, decided to try and flag every post in the Essence of Thought subreddit as, as like some kind of targeted harassment. And like most of the posts that they flagged were things by other people that I cross-posted from, subs like r/YouTube drama. So like stuff I didn't even write, stuff I didn't even take screen caps of. But like this is what you get when you're dealing with a narcissist. I knew going in that, I knew going into this little project, I'm dealing with a narcissist. I'm dealing with a pathological victim narcissist who thinks that she should get special favors because twans, honey, most of the people who are criticizing you for acting like this are trans or otherwise queer but trans friendly themselves. Okay, like that doesn't work quite as well. Like you have an even higher burden of proof, an even higher standard for the burden of proof to demonstrate that, that this is because trans, right? Like, so that's not a thing. That's not a thing in this case. Like I said, like, most of her critics are themselves trans or otherwise LGBTQ, right? And I know I said T because as in like otherwise gay, lesbian, bi, trans, right? Or otherwise trans or otherwise trans, right? Because there is, like continued debate on whether or not intersex people go under the trans umbrella, since a lot were forcibly transitioned, quote, in dick quotes, on the transition, not on the forcibly, because it was forcibly. If it's done in infancy and very early childhood, where you barely understand words, much less understand the concept of consenting to these surgeries, yes, it was forced upon you, right? So yeah, like there's continued debate on whether or not intersex people, are included in trans activism. Some intersex people do not want to be included in trans activism, but will advocate, for, as trans allies themselves, or, advocate as allies to trans people themselves, because they understand that there is some crossover, right? Much like how same-sex marriage rights, because, and I say same-sex marriage rights because whether we like it or not, marriage rights in most of the world relies on what one's birth certificate says, right? So like that, and you're only assigned a sex at birth if, or shortly thereafter, if intersex. Anything else, it's one's apparent sex at birth. So like the ASAB, AFAB, AMAB, AGAB, it applies to both cis and trans, because, I'm assuming if a person is, or is at least not intersex, right? If a person isn't intersex, then it's their apparent sex at birth, their apparent. I guess you could argue until we're blue in the face about whether or not, like gender is, assigned even with cis people, or if it's just, the coincidence of one's apparent sex, therefore apparent gender, right? I don't know. But yeah, the ASAB, AFAB, AMAB, that applies to both, people who are, I see the terms dyadic and perisex for non-intersex. I just say non-intersex because people don't know what those mean. I will sometimes say dyadic because I don't know, I just like the word better, right? Dyadic, no, it's the same number of syllables. I guess I just like D. I guess I just like D and K sounds. Oh, I do, don't I? I am quite gay. But yeah, like, like, prefacing the initialism of, like AGAB, AMAB, ASAB, AFAB, right? That applies to both dyadic, as in non-intersex people with, apparent sex at birth, apparently female at birth, apparently male at birth, right? And it can apply to intersex, wherein, one had been, because some intersex conditions do not get diagnosed until at least puberty, if not older, right? So, if we're assuming an intersex person who was like, surgically altered within the first few years of life, that would be their assigned sex, shortly after birth, right? They were assigned a female sex at birth because it's usually determined within the first year, like which, like it's, and I say determined by like, which the, parents were talked into assigning to their, intersex child who is otherwise perfectly healthy. It's just like, this is just a cosmetic thing that you're doing. But right? So whether it's apparent at birth or assigned at birth, prefacing those initialisms with an A still works. So that's something I get into arguments with other people on over on Reddit, right? Something I've been getting into arguments with people over like since LiveJournal. God damn. So yeah, like the overwhelming majority of Ethel's critics are from within the queer community, are from within, and the overwhelming number of queer critics are from within the, trans and non-binary, like binarily trans and non-binary, trans and otherwise non-binary, because, like some non-binary people do not consider themselves meaningfully trans for one reason or another. And then if you're like casting an umbrella, that non-binary can include a gender non-conforming people, who would otherwise be considered cis, then yeah, like that is kind of, like forcibly assigning people, as trans when they don't consider themselves like I mean, I don't consider myself non-binary because, just because I'm gender non-conforming. I consider myself a gender non-conforming gay man. That's just how it is. Like, gender non-conforming gay men have been a thing for literally centuries. It doesn't make them necessarily trans. It just means that they like to be pretty. Gender non-conforming, lesbians and, and bisexual women, have been a thing for literally centuries, and they don't necessarily consider themselves trans. They usually consider themselves butch because that's the term. And, while it, while the butch femme terminology has historically also been used by gay and bisexual men, which I could rant about sometime, perhaps in an upload, just because I think it would work better that way. Though I could, like a lot of my upload ideas are based on stuff that I've previously ranted about on live stream, right? So but yeah, I think that would make a really good, like upload topic, because, well, it's it is a historical thing, and I get into arguments with people, mostly on Facebook lately, about whether or not it is ever appropriate for non-lesbians, to which they also often include bisexual women as non-lesbians, to refer to oneself as butch or femme. I don't know why I said and or there. I mean, I guess you could, consider I guess a person could consider oneself gender fluid and, be, otherwise cis, but, consider themselves a butch woman, feel butch woman one day, feel femme woman another day. Oh, I'm sure there's somebody out there, because the world is vast. The internet is big. I mean, really big, right? So anyway, I've got a thing saying that I've got an audience of 2 right now. That seems to be my average lately. Please tell me that you're watching when you join in to the audience. That makes me feel like I'm actually accomplishing something besides gradually decreasing the tower of plastic grocery bags behind me to turn into little strips here that I keep here, because honestly, like this just seems to be the easier way to do it for me than to like loop them all together all at once and then like wrap them in a ball like some people do with the Plarn projects. I'm almost done with this basket, and I've been almost done for a few days now, but as I began earlier in the stream, oh hey, we've got somebody new. I'm gonna I'll come to that in a minute though. But as I've got a friend coming over tomorrow, somebody that I met on YouTube. We've maintained a friendship outside of YouTube, so like he doesn't tune into my streams all the time like he used to, especially with the new job, making it a little bit more cumbersome to do so, especially when I've barely got a schedule. Especially when I've barely got a YouTube schedule lately. But yeah, we're going to a thing tomorrow. Him and his husband, they're not even like considering themselves common law. I don't know why I said husband. Probably because I was talking about somebody else earlier today. But yeah, he and his partner are coming out from this side of the state, and I'm on this side of Michigan. This is how you can tell a real like long-term Michigan person is like, is you pull out the hand to show everybody the map, because this is how the Lower Peninsula looks. So Lucifer and their partner, yeah. I know they're I know they. Then the one time a few years ago, I slipped and said he on stream. They commented that it was a gender euphoria moment. So I like to encourage that. So I've been defaulting to he with Lucifer, but yeah, they is fine. Okay, so he they. And I don't want to get too much into that. So anyway, like Lucifer and his partner are up around this area of Michigan. Please don't ask me exactly where, because I barely understand like where. I mean, not because I don't know what city they're in, and not because like I don't, and not because like I've promised not to like drop too much of my friend's personal information on streams and other YouTube videos. I mean, I just don't like. That's why I constantly refer to my niece as little niece or my niece or whatever. I'm like no, this is a literal child I'm talking about. I'm not gonna like be too vocal about a child's personal business. Like not even her first name, because I don't want people like like harassing her foster or whatever, right? So anyway, but yeah, like I barely understand like where Lansing is, and the reason I understand where Lansing is relative to the state is because of how Lansing became the state capital. That's another story for another time. So anyway, like Lucifer and his partner are coming out from hereabouts, and I live hereabouts, and Detroit is hereabouts, which is roughly a half-hour drive if I were to drive. It's about like 40 minutes on the D2A2 bus, but I know it can be a little bit quicker when you drive because of freeway traffic, right? Anyway, freeway traffic in Michigan is insane. I kind of hate it. It kind of makes me glad I don't drive. I'm too blind to drive. So anyway, and then like since Detroit is over here, Metro Detroit, where I grew up in Metro Detroit, and then we've got the peninsula for Windsor in Canada. Like coming down this way, it is less than a mile across the strait, and yes, that's a pun. Anyway, so my friend's coming out from this way, and I told him like a couple months ago when he offered to get my cover for the lecture tour that I was going to be making something for him, and just as like kind of a thank you for this, and just like helping me out of a couple of binds as far as money goes this last few months, honestly. So I put it down to work on stuff for my niece, and then I almost completely forgot about it until he mentioned, like I knew it was in January. For some reason I thought it was on the 20th that this history podcaster was going to be in Ann Arbor, and Lucifer and his partner are going to be out, like doing like a 4-hour drive for, to come see it, right? Okay, now I'm going to be checking like some chat stuff, because I see we've got audience people. Lynn Love Joe says, "Forgive my ignorance. I haven't watched in a few years, but aren't you a trans man? I'm sorry if that's inappropriate to ask. I could be totally." No, you are remembering correctly. At the same time, I'm not like especially vocal about it, because because people like to make it a bigger deal than it is. At the same time, it's like when it is appropriate to like so like I'm not a trans YouTuber, right? Like that's not the main topic um of what I talk about in my uploads or my streams. I talk about the goth subculture, local history. Um I talk about I talk about antiquing, like I said, yeah, goth subculture. So like, and when I say goth subculture, I don't mean just the music, though I do like to talk about music. I am an on again, off again club and radio DJ, specializing in, in goth nights and goth radio shows, right? So, um oh, I mean, you could delete it if you want to, but at the same time, because it's being broadcast on the stream, it's not like gonna like go away permanently. It'll still be in like the stream archive, thing. But so but I don't mind if it's up there. It's just like I only bring it up when it's relevant. So yeah, if Ethel wants to try and make this about like, oh, you're coming after me for being trans. I'm like, honey, no, I'm also queer. I'm, a gender nonconforming gay man with an FTM medical history. I also, of because of Medicare and because I'm on Medicare, so like I'm also like in abject poverty, something Ethel likes to completely ignore when it's relevant of any of her critics. So yeah, I'm up, 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 up. So yeah, like um here's my Humana card, which is like the semi-privatized um state Medicaid, right? And then there's my Medicare card. Yeah, like yeah, I don't care if my um last name is my full last name is I mean, it's not hard to find my full last name. So this is my Medicare card, which is federal. And I got a pharmacy discount card that um that was just like, free to take for anyone who needs it, who, to also apply to any additional medications at Walgreens. So this is a thing from Walgreens. And this is my health card from Michigan, which so yeah, like I'm on so yeah, because I'm on Medicare after and Medicaid, right? I whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, okay. So yeah, because of that, I there was so after I updated my my info. So because I was technically born in Ohio, I cannot update the sex on my birth certificate, right? So like I'm part of a class action ACLU v state of Ohio thing with other trans people who were born in Ohio who want to update our birth certificate. So um when that's going to, finally happen so that Ohio changes their stuff to, so that we can, change change the sex listing from our birth certificate. Like I've updated my birth certificate to reflect my name, which, yeah, when somebody asks me about my forename, Ruadhán, I point out factually that I am named after my paternal grandfather's younger brother who died in like 1923 or something from scarlet fever. And he was named after the saint, Juan of Lora. So, so yeah, I am technically being truthful. Like I know there's a whole thing where people talk about like, oh well, trans people should be allowed to lie to, if they feel outing themselves as trans would put them in danger. Um I don't personally think outing myself as trans online or off. I mean, considering where I live, which is a fairly safe area of the state for trans people, Ypsilanti, the city where I actually live. So yeah, like Ann Arbor and Ypsilanti are kind of like this, like sister city, like twin cities, like St. Paul and Minneapolis, right? More people know know the city name Minneapolis, just because Prince, right? But like St. Paul is one of their twin, is their twin city because they're like that close. They share so much in common, culturally, etc. Right? Like people, uh, I forget if you can. I forget if you can indeed walk with relative ease from one to the other. Maybe you could at one time. I don't know. Well, at least like from a certain part of one to the other, right? So yeah, like Ann Arbor and Ypsilanti are kind of like a twin city kind of system, like St. Paul and Minneapolis and Minnesota. So I live in Ypsilanti, which is actually the first city in the state of Michigan to protect gender identity and expression for housing. So you cannot be denied housing in the state of in the city of Ypsilanti, and this has been the thing since I believe 1998. Um, uh, Ypsilanti housing um gender housing, gender identity, and expression when. I'm doing a Malcolm search. Just Ypsilanti, gender identity and housing, gender identity and expression when. Ba, 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 ba. Hereby ordains a thing. Fact sheet. FHCMichigan.org. That looks like a. This is telling me nothing. Human Relations Commission, City of Ypsilanti. That's brand new news. I know it was the late 1990s. I want to say it was 1998. It could have been 1999. Don't come for me if I got that wrong, but I know it was very late in the 1990s. Seriously? I know it was very late 1990s when they did it, right? So yeah, like I feel fairly safe given the area where I live. Obviously, like, just banning housing discrimination is not going to, ban people from shouting slurs at you from the street, right? But like I said, I feel relatively safe at least, in terms of legally protected human rights of, like outing myself as trans, should the situation put me, where it would be relevant. Um, so so then what happens? Online, I'm like, who's gonna come for me? Who's gonna come for me? Like the most that at least it's not difficult to find my PO box online. Now, to be fair, I also have I've also, especially in some of my older videos where I was where the description box explicitly encouraged people, because that was when I was doing my DJ streams weekly. So if anybody wanted to send me um music, like hard copies of albums, on CD or vinyl, and or merchandise, to for me to like plug a band or something. But you lived in, like a country or something where it was not, where you were not allowed to send to PO boxes, right? I have the street address variant for my PO box, which is 200 East Liberty Street. 200 East Liberty Street, lobby, unit 7313, which is the address for the post office. Because, like, so if somebody thought that's also my address, they're going to be in for a rude awakening, because first off, that's the post office. That is, like federal government property. It's covered with security cameras. The post office on East Liberty Street in downtown Ann Arbor, which is not the main Ann Arbor branch of the post office, that's on Stadium Boulevard. Main down, so it's right behind the bus. So I'm never more than so no matter where I live in Ypsilanti, I'm never more than than two buses. So like whatever bus to get to like at most whatever bus to get to downtown Ipsy and transfer, right? So like I'm never more than two buses. Like I get on one bus and then I transfer to another, right? That'll get me to my post office. And also the Liberty Station post office in downtown Ann Arbor is right next to, it's the same building. So like that's why it's 200 East Liberty Street lobby, because the main 200 East Liberty Street is a federal government office building. So like this is federal government offices, also secure, protected by their own security cameras as well. So if anybody wants to like show up to 200 East Liberty Street on a day, like hoping that's a day that I'm going to be picking up my mail, they're going to be found so easy. They're going to be found so easy. And because it's right behind the bus station, right? You're going to look like a fool tracking a bus. You're going to look like a fool tracking a city bus to see where the hell I'm going after I pick up my mail, right? So, like I said, I am completely, confident in this. Could I be proven wrong? Yeah, that's always a possibility, but like it's a possibility that I understood when, I started doing YouTube stuff, because like goths on YouTube are often enough the focus of just people being cruel, not like not especially dangerous in their cruelty. It's more like in the terms of like like gossip and like gossip and like cruel words. But I'm also like visibly queer, like everybody, like people, and so that's another thing is like people look at me, and a lot of times, especially when I'm downtown Ann Arbor busking, which I do periodically, like weather permitting, which has not been lately. So yeah, if I'm downtown Ann Arbor busking, as I said like 2 streams ago, there was a time during art fair where somebody was, I'm assuming a tourist, or at the very least a family member of somebody here on a student visa, right? Coming to visit their family member who's here on student visa. So during our fair a few years ago, I want to say like 2017. Oh God, 2017 is already 8 years ago. Well, 8 years ago this July, right? So I want to say like 2017, maybe 2018. Somebody, obviously from a Southeast Asian country, because of the word they used, they had a child with them. Child could not have been more than 5 years old. This woman, had this, kept this child very close to her, and pointed directly at me, as I'm like sitting on the ground busking with my harmonium, and she goes, "Katoy, katoy," which I know is a word in a number of Southeast Asian languages. It's most notably, it's most often said to be a Thai word in the U.S. when people are offering translations. It's also a word in Laotian, and I want to say Tagalog, on the Philippines, right? Don't quote me on Tagalog, but I know it's also Laotian because of the one person from RuPaul's Drag Race that one year. Was it the same year as Jinx Monsoon? I kind of stopped paying attention to that show after Jinx Monsoon. But oh crap. RuPaul Drag Race Laotian. Jujubee. It was in the back room, the green room, whatever. Oh, the Untucked. It was the Untucked episode that ran after the main RuPaul's Drag Race, right? She was relaying, she was or maybe it was like maybe it was in a workroom. clip. I don't know, but she says that, like, in in Laotian, that's commonly a slur word for, it, depending on the local dialect, it could be as broad as anybody who is perceived as an effeminate male, and effeminate could be as simple as like just wearing mascara or um getting your eyebrows trimmed and, plucked, whatever, right? You know, could also include drag performers, even, on their off hours. Could also include trans women, right? So but yeah, like when translating from Thai, it's often translated to ladyboy. So which is, again, depending on the regional dialect, could be the she slur used in English towards trans women. So yeah, like, not only am I trans male, um, I'm as a gender nonconforming gay man who has been living as a gender nonconforming gay man for 20 fucking years this year. Like, literally the majority of my adult life, like the overwhelming majority of my adult life, right? So yeah, I'm also trans misogyny affected, like on an international scale, like not a huge international scale, but people who clearly speak international languages um have decided to recognize me as, like at least effeminate enough to conform to their local dialect's understanding of the word katoi. And she, at least from what I could understand of the situation, she seemed to be, like I said, based on my understanding of the situation, how it looked from my position, it looked like she was instructing a small child to use slurs about people like, who looked like me, right? So yeah, like, I'm transmisogyny affected. So uh therefore I agree with Goddammit Malcolm on YouTube. He's FT Mongoose. Yeah, FT Mongoose on Twitter. And that this new, like, TMA, transmisogyny affected, versus TME, transmisogyny exempt, dichotomy of trans people is just kind of a new way to call trans men women, like in a sneaky kind of undercutting way, to but in a, like, a really sleazy kind of way, because it does kind of imply that misogyny, may not may not be applied to, when, like, misogyny is a lot more complex than simply, at least, like, if we're looking at it in, like, on a social scale, like on a social construct scale, misogyny is a bit more complex than simply "you woman I don't like," right? Because misogyny affects cisgender men because it's what informs the way cisgender men will enforce sexism amongst each other, and, by enforcing gender norms amongst each other. So yeah, like, their own, like, toxic masculinity is informed by misogyny. Like, that's kind of how it works. It's informed by the desire to be seen as distinct from and ostensibly better than women. So yeah, like no, like, even the most gender conforming trans men on all of the internet, like, um yeah, like Malcolm, because he often refers to his wife. I don't think he identifies as bisexual. I mean, he will kind of make, like, little, like, like, lighthearted comments about about, you know being, like, gay for whatever, person or something, but I don't know. I don't think he's being serious. I don't think there's necessarily a seriousness behind it when he says that kind of stuff on his streams, or, like, in stuff that gets clipped, that gets edited and uploaded, etc., right? But and well, I know Jammy Dodger, I do believe he identifies as bisexual, but he's also got, like, yeah, his partner is uh, ostensibly AFAB. She's feminine presenting, so like last I knew, she was a cis woman, right? So yeah, like two of the more, like, they both have facial hair, right? They both have facial hair that, like, they maintain and intend to keep as facial hair, right? So like yeah, if they were at the gym, right, and some dude like thought, like, oh, you've got I don't know. I'm just like pulling out a random example of like the way I've seen like guys be, sexist toward each other at the gym. Um, and I know this because I've been at the gym in the men's locker room and get these guys. It's like, oh man, what's up? What's up with your hip line? No, I don't think I've heard exactly that, but like, um, I don't know, like I've been kind of like commented on directly about having long hair, and also being especially short. Um, I'm 4'11". That's like kind of on the borderline for what is um recognized as, medically dwarven. Um, I would have to be 4'10" or shorter, to be medically recognized as dwarven, but I do also have a distinct spinal curvature that um, my doctor has only herself seen in a patient with achondroplasia dwarfism. Now, there's a number of people in the Ann Arbor Ipsy area with achondroplasia dwarfism, right? So like that's not enough medical information to out any of her patients, right? She just, she's only seen this, kind of this distinct spinal curvature that she's seen in me. Like it's slight, but it's at least noticeable to a doctor. She's like, I think you might have a, very mild, nearly undetectable case of achondroplagic dwarfism just because of the now, that doesn't mean that I do. That doesn't mean that I do, and it would like need some kind of um like examination of my, genes, like an examination of my personal DNA to determine if I do or don't. But like, I'm also like 4'11". I'm the second shortest member of my father's family, for at least the previous my so like not only my generation and my father's, and also his parents, right? So I'm like the second shortest person for going back at least to my grandparents. Oh wait, no, not just my grandparents, but also my father's grandparents, so my great grandparents, right? So going back at least 3 generations earlier than mine, I'm the second shortest person that the McElroys have produced, at least on our branch of the family tree, right? So, um, where was I going with it? I was going somewhere with. Oh, right. So, like, yeah, it's gonna take a lot more evidence than just Ethel says so to really show that any of the criticism I've been, and for the most part, it's not even my own criticism, right? It is criticism, and I say for the most part because, like, I mean, while I have spent a couple streams really harping on how she was actually like legit, like big A, like not big A but big R noun form, not adjective form, a racist in one of her uploads, um less than 9 months old, if I recall correctly. It came, not too long after the little extortion stunt she tried with Vangelina Skov. um yeah, it's going to take a lot more than because Ethel says so to show that this has anything to do with her being trans or autistic. I mean, they're like a number of my audience has either themselves are either themselves autistic, like as in like they have a formal diagnosis, or they think that might be the case with them. A number of YouTubers a number of other YouTubers I personally watch are on the autism spectrum. ADHD and autism are closely enough related that about what was the last time I looked at the stats, something like 30%, or maybe it was, I think it was like 30 to 40% of people with autism spectrum disorder also have ADHD, and about 10 to 15% of people with ADHD, who were first given a diagnosis of ADHD also have autism spectrum disorder, right? So, I mean, what I was looking at, it looked like, whatever a person was diagnosed with first, and then like later they were screened for the other one as well. So it's like, oh, who is Ethel? We're talking about Ethel Thurston, aka who of the YouTube channel Essence of Thought. About 9 months ago, I want to say April of last year, Evangelina put out a video about the Lily Orchard situation, which was like a roughly like 40 to 45 minute breakdown of like the atrocious, like, sometimes downright criminal, like legit criminal in her country of Canada, right? Behavior online. And Ethel, aka Essence of Thought, decided it would be a good idea that because Evangelina, did admit, granted, like a couple videos later, she admitted that, yes, she used screenshots, which may have been initially taken from Essence of Thought videos about Lily Orchard. But she took these not from the Essence of Thought videos, but from the Kiwi Farms thread on Lily Orchard, right? But Ethel still decided that this constitutes some kind of plagiarism, or which, like if we're talking legally, we're talking about a copyright violation, which no, it does not. If Ethel wants to like formally file, like copyright violation, so let's see, the country it would have happened in would be, I believe Evangelina lives full-time in Ireland, or at least mostly full-time in Ireland these days. She did grow up partly in Macedonia, which is where her mother's from. But yeah, like, so yeah, like she would have to, so like if Ethel got it in her head to file a copyright violation, like in the country it allegedly happened in, which would have been Ireland, and said that these screenshots of Lily Orchard's Tumblr blog were somehow proof of this plagiarism, aka copyright violation, that would literally open up Ethel to being sued for copyright violation by Lily Orchard, because that's how copyright works. You cannot claim copyright over screenshots, even if you could, 110% prove that these were screenshots you took. You cannot claim copyright on screenshots of another person's words, which in this case would be Lily Orchard's words. And you cannot do that because it turns out that, the person who wrote the words owns the copyright on them. So that would essentially be Ethel claiming copyright over another person's copyrighted work, which is indeed a wild, like it is such a wild 100% clear-cut, no exceptions violation of that other person's copyright. Ethel would be opening herself up to being sued by Lily Orchard and losing. So yes, but by Ethel, like, even sending Evangelina the email saying, "Oh, I think you violated my intellectual property by putting these screenshots in your fucking video." Like, no, that email alone is in, like, especially if that email is made public, which it was, that alone, and Ethel was the first one who made that email public. That alone is enough for Lily Orchard to go into like whatever civil court legal services office in Nova Scotia that is nearest her and say, "Hey, I've got proof that somebody has intent to violate my intellectual property copyright and is and is trying, at least made an effort to extort money out of somebody else over her violation of copyright on the words Lily Orchard used. So yeah, like Lily Orchard, like the second Ethel made that email public, and she was the first one to make it public, Ethel opened herself up to being sued by Lily Orchard for copyright because Ethel is stupid. Like Ethel is a notorious crybully, but she's also incredibly stupid. Like, that's just a fact. That is just a literal fact. And I'm not the first person to have said anything about that publicly either. I am far from the first person to have said anything about that. But Ethel literally doesn't care because she's that stupid, yet seems to have the Dunning-Kruger, qualifying conviction that she is the smartest person in every room, that she is somehow more competent and learned than anybody else on every subject that she has no competence or education in. So yeah, that's one of the things that Ethel has decided that, I'm bullying and targeting her over her, over gender identity or some other vulnerability. I'm like, no, it's not. No, it's not. That is not like targeting anybody for harassment. That is common. That is, like a microscopic sized YouTuber who is looking at somebody who has admitted that she has made herself a public figure with a subscriber count on YouTube that is 44 times the size of mine. I have barely 1,020 some subscribers on my YouTube channel. Ethel has a subscriber count of over 44,000. So, if Ethel wants to come for me, she's punching down. By her own logic, I have every right, and I'm saying by her own logic because this is, logic that she has put forth in at least a couple of her dozens of videos about Rachel Oates at this point. Because Ethel has been, riding this one-sided beef with Rachel Oates since at least since about 2019. So, I'm sorry, Ethel. That's really stupid of you. Because like I said, I've taken clips where I've showed that by her own logic, by Ethel's own logic, I have every right to criticize her. It's not bullying, it's critique. I can call you stupid because it is a criticism of the way you are acting. Let's see. Where are my clips? Let's show me my clips. I'm gonna be doing it kind of weirdly right now because Ethel is just being like that lately. So let's see. Here we go. Ethel logic. So it's a 38-second clip from a Xylie Gets Real. Yeah, Xylie, Xylie Gets Real video from about from her stream about 8 months ago. Why am I not subscribed? There we go. Subscribe. All notifications. So now this is a little bit longer than Ethel's own words that certainly apply to me in this situation with Ethel. But yeah, it's a little bit longer. It's, so it's like 30 seconds of Xylie's commentary and 8 seconds of Ethel's own words. And that's just kind of like how it went. And I didn't feel like going back and clipping it further down because I think clips have to be like a minimum length or something. But yeah, let's I've got my phone at full volume right now.
I don't care what your sub count is. If you make a YouTube video you are allowed to get criticized. Now, whether that criticism is correct or not, that is based on the people watching it, whether they agree with it or not. But it's
I will argue with Xylee there. Agreement does not that's an appeal to popularity fallacy. So if the audience, so whether or not the audience agrees with it is irrelevant. What is relevant though is the facts that are being argued, right? So yeah, like in this, it's whether or not the criticism is warranted is based on the facts of the critique. So yeah, like when I say that Ethel was fucking stupid for attempting to extort money out of Evangelina Skov over screenshots, and Evangelina coincidentally coming to the same conclusion that Ethel posited on, like whether or not Lily like sends herself anonymous asks on Tumblr, which having a Tumblr myself, I know you can do that. And Evangelina, is younger than myself, but she's at an age where she kind of grew up on Tumblr, like Tumblr blogs being like a main, means of making friends on the internet, right? Like, yeah, about like 10 years ago or something. So yeah, like Evangelina knows how Tumblr works. She grew up with Tumblr. Like when, from like a late teenage. Yeah, she might have been in her late teens when Tumblr was, like a bigger thing than it is now. But so yeah, like no, it is not. It is not plagiarism for two different YouTubers to come to the same conclusion, even if they use similar words to describe that conclusion. There's still enough reasonable doubt on whether or not that is a plagiarism or a copyright violation. Like there is plenty enough reasonable doubt that Evangelina could have come to this conclusion all on her own. And so there's no way Ethel could use that as, a claim of plagiarism / copyright violation. So like the strongest, which I say in dick quotes because it's stupid, is the screenshots, and Ethel cannot claim copyright on those screenshots because they are an image of somebody else's words. That therefore opens up Ethel to the possibility of being sued by Lily Orchard and losing spectacularly, because it is such a cut and dry example of somebody else trying to claim some form of ownership over a version of somebody else's previously published work. Like that would be like me taking, and this is because it's the book right in front of me. So if like I were to take this book here, actually no, that's a bad example. Patterns and recipes fall under this weird thing. Like you cannot. I know you cannot copyright recipes. You cannot copyright fashion. You cannot copyright fashion patterns for the same reason. That's like, there's like, because like you cannot copyright a recipe because there are only so many ways you can vary the ingredients of a recipe before it becomes something different. So it's like there are only so many ways you can vary like how to make waffles from cake flour, right? So like from cake flour and other ingredients needed to make waffles, right? There's only so many ways you can do that before it's no longer waffles. So that's why you cannot copyright a recipe. So yeah, pattern book, bad example. So like oh, here we go. Here's the one I had the other day, using it as an example. So Ethel claiming that she has any kind of copyright over screenshots of Lily Orchard's Tumblr posts, right? This is what she's claiming. She's claiming that she has some kind of copyright on screenshots she took of Lily Orchard's Tumblr blog, which by Tumblr policy, like you look in the TOS for Tumblr, Tumblr says that, unless otherwise stated by the Tumblr user in their blog, that the person who created the original Tumblr content completely owns the copyright to their Tumblr content. So, Ethel taking screenshots from Lily Orchard's Tumblr blog would be like if I were to take the entirety of this, Derek Jarman described it as like a published diary, but it's more like it's a collection of like memories and assorted prose. So it's a very loosely. So if I were to take this this prose collection of Derek Jarman and I were to, I don't know, like publish it in a different font and claim it was, and then like put it in an ebook, so a different format, and so like changing the font would be akin to Ethel's like, oh well, I color coded these screenshots to prove that I was the one who took them. I'm like, no, it doesn't work that way. That would be like if I were to take Derek Jarman's At Your Own Risk and just like change the font and call it my own original work. Ethel taking a screenshot is a different format of Lily Orchard's published work. So Ethel cannot claim copyright on that. Only Lily Orchard can claim copyright on that. Whether or not, like she wants to like go down like everybody on Kiwi Farms who took who's published a screenshot of her blog or not is like, that's probably not going to that's probably not going to get a DMCA takedown by the hosts of the current hosts of Kiwi Farms, because it's presented in a manner that does fall within fair use, because people are commentating on it. Therefore, it falls under fair use. But again, like if I were to take Derek Jarman's At Your Own Risk, change the font, or which is akin to Ethel color coding the screenshots, and put it in an ebook format and try to claim it as my own, like, no, the Derek Jarman estate can come for me if I were to like publish that and say it's my own original work somehow. Like, even if I were to leave Derek Jarman's name all over it, but still claim it's my own original work, that I can like that I can come after people if they were to like download it and put it on their own web host that other people can download from them instead. I'm like, no, that's not how it works, Ethel. Like that's basically how she's claiming it would work. Like if I were to take the entirety of Derek Jarman's At Your Own Risk, At Your Own Risk, A Saint's Testament. For some reason, I almost said At Our Own Risk, but that's because I'm looking at the photo of the two, and I've had this book for over 20 years, right? Well, that's how long it's been since the last time I read it, and I do reread it, relatively frequent enough, right? So yeah, like Ethel's whole little thing with like trying to claim some kind of like plagiarism because Evangelina Skov used screenshots that, more to the point, they're screenshots of screenshots that have been downloaded and re-uploaded, to various, points of, compression and decompression, like in the electronic file, right? That they're of inconsistent quality. The screens that Evangelina used in her video, they're of inconsistent enough quality that it's clear Evangelina is not the one who took these screenshots. So Ethel would need to explain that part, going by the full video of her allegation, but whatever, so yeah, like Ethel's claim that she has some kind of ownership of screenshots of Lily Orchard's Tumblr blog, again, that would be like if I were to take the entire, or even just passages, right? Even just passages, because I hope Ethel didn't screenshot Lily Orchard's entire Tumblr blog. That would be insane. But yeah, that would be okay if I were to take like, a number of passages from Derek Jarman's At Your Own Risk, changed the font, and uploaded those passages as an ebook, and then said, like, anybody else who was passing around the same, zipped, ebook, format was like infringing upon my copyright. I'm like, no, it doesn't work that way, because it's not my words. It's Derek Jarman's words. And since he passed away in, how am I brain farting on when the fuck he passed away? Because this was published when he was still alive. So the flap is not telling me that. And that's a first edition. So like I said, the flap is telling me nothing on that. Okay. Derek Jarman, not Harmon. R-M-A-N. Death. Derek Jarman, death. So yeah, like he died. Oh, 1994. So that was published a couple of years before his death. So yeah, like Derek Jarman's been dead since 1994. So like, whoever's the executive of his estate now, would be able to come for me and say like, no, you had no right to publish Derek Jarman's, work in a different font and like just as passages in an ebook format. Because it's like that's basically what Ethel's claiming, right? That's basically what she's claiming when she says, oh, Vangelina stole my hard work by using these screenshots. No, like running a color filter in Photoshop around a border is not enough to change to change this to change the fucking fact that you are trying to that these are just screenshots of somebody else's words that if you read the Tumblr TOS, she has every right to claim copyright on because they were written by her. Again, like it can be touchy, like she would get nowhere if she were to like file a DMCA with the current server host for Kiwi Farms, which is where Vangelina says she accumulated those screenshots. So like she wouldn't get anywhere like trying to file a DMCA with the host of Kiwi Farms for over the people publishing screenshots from her Tumblr blog, because again, like the context in which they are being posted falls within fair use. I'm sure if Lily Orchard had the money for an attorney, there might be a couple posts from her thread on Kiwi Farms that could be, that could be argued to not have fair use apply because there is no additional commentary alongside the screenshots, right? But it would still be within Lily Orchard's right to at least make an attempt. But what Ethel's doing, which is claiming that she has some kind of authority over these screenshots of Lily Orchard's blog, Lily Orchard is now the one in the right, because no, Ethel, you cannot own screenshots of another person's work. That's not how this works. She is opening herself up to being sued by Lily Orchard and losing so spectacularly that, like, everybody else who hates Lily Orchard, like even Courtney Pete, who I love dearly, she's adorable and and fun and a little bit unhinged in all of the ways that make a person really endearing to me. But as I began, like even Courtney Pete would just be like, "Oh my God, Ethel, why?" like how can you be so goddamn stupid? Right? And like, I mean, Courtney said as much. I don't think she said anything, at least in any of her own videos, especially like regarding Ethel, about like whether or not this constitutes, because it does. Like my best ex worked for an IP lawyer for a number of years, and as a musician who works in sound collage, it was, it just seemed worth it to me to ask him about, like some particulars of intellectual property law, because again, I'm a musician who works in sound collage. It is in my best interest, even if I break the statutes around international property laws, for like sampling and shit. It's still in my best interest to know those laws so that I have a way to prepare an argument that would subvert those laws, to my success, right? So whether I choose to obey those laws, like 100% of the time or not, because I'm a musician who works in sound collage, it is in my best interest to know and understand those laws, at least better than the average person would. Ethel clearly does not know and understand intellectual property law if she is willing to make public, like, not only a whole video where she details her allegations against Vangelina Skov, but also make public the email she used to try and extort Vangelina Skov with Ethel's own, complete, non-understanding of how copyright law works. No. Ethel is completely in the wrong on that, and there are reasons for that, and those reasons include the fact that Lily Orchard actually owns any and all attempt to copyright those screenshots, because they are screenshots of her work. Just putting it in a different format is not enough to change the context of that for fair use. It's not. It's absolutely not. And it does not make the you could argue that Evolution Control Committee did a song. They were one of the earliest examples of what has since become known as the mashup genre. Mark Gunderson of Evolution Control Committee, he's basically the Evolution Control Committee, right? Occasionally he'll work with other people, especially early on in his career, but as ECC. But okay, so he did this pretty famous. He did a couple pretty famous early mashups, right? The one I'm thinking about is and it's my favorite because Chuck D actually says he endorses it, right? So that's his remix of Rebel Without a Pause, because Public Enemy, when they released Rebel Without a Pause as a single, they released a vocal-only B-side. So one of their releases of Rebel, because I think it's been given a couple different issues as a single. So one of the early issues of Rebel Without a Pause as a single had the backside, which was a vocal-only track, which Mark Gunderson used and laid it over the top of I forget which one, by Herb Alpert and the Tijuana Brass. But this became kind of famous in the 90s because Herb Alpert, issued a cease and desist to Mark Gunderson. And it didn't really go any further than that because when you go over the history of sound collage as a technique, this could be argued to, make the to make the Herb Alpert piece new enough to count as a separate thing, to count as a separate work of art. Maybe, he cannot claim, ownership over the sheet music. So the actual notes that Herb Alpert wrote down for his composition, Mark Gunderson can't claim that, but he can claim the recording of Herb Alpert and the Tijuana Brass as the music backing over Public Enemy's Rebel Without a Pause. So those two pieces laid over together, Herb Alpert's lawyer, because they didn't go further than a cease and desist, right? They did not go further than a cease and desist. Mark Gunderson still distributes that track to, I believe, is that on Tidal? It's been when I usually listen to this, I'll listen to my MP3 player or something. Let me see. Evolution Control. Okay, the Evolution Control Committee. Okay, no, they oh wait, it says appears on. Okay. Okay. Mark doesn't have much of much stuff up on Tidal. I'll assume. Yeah, he's got 3 things up on Tidal. I'll assume the same on Spotify. So, okay, but but he was able to at least he was able to continue selling like his initial first pressing of the whipped cream mix of Rebel Without a Pause. And he does freely distribute it on the Evolution Control Committee website because, you know, the Herb Alpert estate has less incentive to come after him if he's not making money on it, right? So again, like I said, it's, you know, when you're a musician working in sound collage, it is to your best interest, even if all you're gaining from it is notoriety, to know and understand it, intellectual property law, so that you know how to subvert it, and hopefully to your, you know, hopefully to your favor, right? So, so yeah, like, I'm sorry, like, just adding a color-coded border specific to yourself is not enough to change the context of a screenshot of somebody else's words to claim copyright on, because I'm sorry, it just doesn't change. It doesn't change the words. It doesn't recontextualize the words in, you know, you know, for a different purpose than it was originally written in. All it does is give it a different color border. Like I said, like, go back to my analogy with Derek Jarman's At Your Own Risk, and how, like, it would not be legal if I were to take my favorite passages from this, change the font, and, you know, and like, post a PDF of those in an ebook format, and then claim copyright over that, you know, over that abridged ebook format, you know, like, of my favorite passages, just in a different font. It doesn't work that way. If somebody else were to download that from me and distribute it, you know, on their own, you know, cloud share space, I cannot, you know, like, try and extort money from them over it, because it's not my words. You know, it wasn't even my, you know, it wasn't even within my right to, you know, take those passages, give them a different font, and compile them into a short PDF ebook. The fact that I did is okay. I mean, it shows, all it does is show my favorite passages. For what reason? For what reason? So yeah, like Ethel can claim copyright on her videos about Lily Orchard, but she cannot claim copyright on any of the screenshots, on any of the individual screenshots, which is what she tried with Vangelina Skov, which is just, it betrays, like, such a gross ignorance of international copyright law, that that the fact that anybody still takes her seriously enough to join in on her on her false flagging campaign to try and chase me off of YouTube. Yeah, the fact that anybody still takes her seriously after that Vangelina Skov stunt, where she is absolutely in the wrong on so many levels. I'm just like, how? Like, how badly have you emotionally abused these kids from your Discord that they still take you seriously after that? So yeah, like I said, let's go back to this clip I took, which, you know, shows that by Ethel's own logic, I am in the right to continue to criticize her like this. Now, just because this, you know, I'm going to take advantage of the fact that this has more people with their eyes on my channel right now. So this is going to be, this is going to be tonight is going to be the first in an official, you know, Thurston Thursdays series of mine, where on Thursdays, and Thursdays only, are the streams where I'm gonna talk about Ethel, because it is my right. I only talk about Ethel within the guidelines of the YouTube terms of service. I will like to state again and again and again, as I've stated all over Reddit in, you know, the post she failed to get take down on r/essence of thought, the subreddit where we can have true and honest discussions about, you know, about a public figure right? Like, I'm sorry, like H3 Snark exists on Reddit, so can r/essence of thought. And if for some reason that, yeah, so yeah, we can have true and honest discussions about essence of thought on Reddit and on YouTube. Do not say anything that would breach TOS. Like, I advise that nobody contact Ethel because she is a loon. Like, just for the basic fact that she is a loon, and contacting her over anything I say, no matter how true my words are, which they are, it will get you nowhere, because she is such a raging pathological narcissist that she will never admit she did anything wrong. If she ever does, on the rare occasion she seems to admit to having fucked up on something or another, it is in her mind just another manipulation tactic. Like, I grew up with people like this in my family. They will not back down, even when they can be shown, even when it can be shown that they are absolutely 150% in the wrong. That is how wrong they are. I will even, like, cave into the Trisha Paytas meme and say that they are 1,000% wrong, because how much is a cent? It is 1/1000th. When you have 10 times, or no, 1/100th. A cent is 1/100th of a thing. So when you have 10 times 1/100th of a thing, that is just like really, really driving home exactly how wrong you are. So yeah, this is the first official Thurston Thursdays stream after my next stream, which let's see, tomorrow Friday, and then Saturday I go to City Club. So my next stream on Sunday, I think I'm just gonna pick up on my old habit of doing jigsaw puzzles on Sundays. Because why? Because I like doing jigsaw puzzles on stream. I think it's fun. I think it's an entertaining way to pass the time and, just chat with people on stream in a chill manner that, hopefully at the end of the stream, we get to see like a wonderful jigsaw puzzle that I did. Because I've finished a couple on stream before. And, I know that I remember there was at least one time where I started and finished the puzzle over a 6-hour stream, and people were just chatting in the chat, so let's see. Let's go back to the some of the earlier comments. Okay, forgive ignorance. Okay, ask him times. Yeah. So just to reiterate, for just like in case we've got any new people in the chat on YouTube right now, because I don't know, like, people like come and go. It's not a problem as long as like people are talking, right? So anyway, so yeah, like, just a reminder, like, yeah, I am, FTM, I'm trans male. I, obviously, like, AFAB, I've been living as a man since 2005. Like, I began my transition in 2005, so like 20 years this June, which is, let's see, Ethel's in her 30s. Last I knew, like, yeah, and this is public information that she has said about herself, and she has also admitted to herself that she's also admitted, like, in videos, that she has made herself a public figure. So yeah, it is not like some kind of obsessive stalker mode that leads me to remember things that are said that I hear. If I remember that she is in her 30s, I'm guessing she's later in her 30s than she lets people assume. But yeah, that's just my speculation. Like, it is a speculation. I wouldn't even, like, say allegedly if I were to somehow bring, like, I don't know what kind of statutes would apply, but if I were to hypothetically bring up a court case to prove Ethel's age, like, I wouldn't, because, like, like, I don't have enough information to support an allegation. So yeah, it's like I just suspect that she is later in her 30s than she lets people assume, but she's definitely in her 30s. Closer to mid 30s than early 30s, just based on everything she's said since she's, had her YouTube channel, right? Which has been over 10 years. The furthest back her videos go is about 10 years at this point, but that's because she will take down and make private a lot of things that end up later embarrassing her. But, rather than admit she did anything wrong, she will, lie and obfuscate, the facts of the situation to make it look like she was actually in the right, which no, that's a gaslighting technique, dear. That is that is a gaslighting technique. I'm not going to fall for it. But yeah, I only bring up that I'm trans when it seems relevant, because like I said, I've been living as a man most of my adult life, the overwhelming majority of my adult life at this point. Yeah, my birth certificate, which is from Ohio, still says that, still says female, because I was born in Ohio, and Ohio is one of 3 remaining states in the entire U.S. who suck in that department, right? Like, we can update our name on our Ohio birth certificate. We cannot update our ASAB, our apparent sex at birth. And again, I'm part of a class action lawsuit of trans people v. State of Ohio. Well, technically of Ohio-born trans people v. State of Ohio, brought by the ACLU to get gender markers on birth certificates changed, or at least have that ability so that we can, should we want to, right? So yeah, I only bring it up when it's relevant, because I only bring it up when it's relevant in my day-to-day life as well. I've had the lower surgeries, as well as getting these gone. Oh my god, and I got these gone before I started taking FTM HRT, because they were as big as my head. That is not an exaggeration. I do know there are a few photos online that where this is evident, that they were as big as my head. Photos in various states of dress and undress, just in case somebody from, Ethel's little, ding dong Discord server thinks that they're gonna try and look up stuff that will embarrass me. It's like, no, I'm not embarrassed by that. It was a thing I had to do at the time, because that was one of the 3 times in my adult life. Well, 3 times in my life, because I've been on my own since I was 17, where I was, for all practical purposes, street homeless. There were a number of weeks during that time where I slept in a back booth at the Denny's on Santa Monica Boulevard in Hollywood, Los Angeles, and but only on the days where I knew the third shift manager recognized and felt sorry for me and would let me do that. Like, I'd buy a coffee, and so I'm not technically loitering, and I would just camp out in a back booth and sleep with my head against the wall so that it's not too obvious, right? I'd often put down a book next to the coffee, just to just in case her manager came in during third shift or something, right? Just give some plausible deniability, right? Anyway, so yeah, it was a thing I did. Okay, and yeah, it was obviously me, because I've got a few distinct tattoos. Some of those distinct tattoos already existed at that time, so because it's not going to embarrass me. And if they do want to bring up those 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 things I took part in back then as an attempt to embarrass me, how is that gonna remind me, how is that a left-wing ideal? How is shaming S workers a left-wing ideal? Or is that a socially conservative ideal by upheld by those who are basically anti-feminist, right? So yeah, if anybody in Ethel's server wants to hunt down those photos and bring them up in an attempt to embarrass me, all you're going to do in doing that is prove that you and Ethel, because you're doing this in defense of Ethel, you're all fake leftists. That's just how it works. That's just how it works. Yeah, like I one of these days I do plan on doing a. I'd probably want to break it up into 2 streams because the one that Crimson did himself, on his, I think it's his. I think Crimson Ender is a he. Somebody feel free to correct me if I'm wrong on that. But one of these days I want to go over Crim's stream where Crim and a couple, I think at least one other person that they're friendly with, went over point by point about how Lily Orchard is a fake leftist. This stream was 6 hours long, so I'd ideally want to break it up into at least 2 streams, because the longest I've ever been on a stream is like 8 hours, and I like to keep them closer to 3 or 4 hours. Just because I end up talking a lot, and I'm a singer, and you don't want to overexert your voice, so okay, so let's see. Next chat comment. I'm going way back in chat. Oh gosh. I'm going back over an hour of chatters. Let's see. Lynn Lovejoe says, LOL, totally remember saying the hand thing about Michigan. What fact I know about your home state? Oh, yeah. Like I said, I grew up in Metro Detroit. Toledo, Ohio is to Metro Detroit as Gary, Indiana is to Chicago, meaning it is part of the Metro Detroit region. Just as because Gary, Indiana is considered part of the greater Chicagoland area. So anyway, so yeah, like I grew up in Metro Detroit. I've seen a couple of the comments in Ethel's slanderous video about me. Just, like I was downloading it so I don't have to give her like a full view on the day I eventually go to actually like watch it for a change. It might be tonight or it might be next week's Thurston Thursdays. But yeah, somebody was going on about like how I somehow appropriated African American vernacular English. And I'm like, child, I grew up in Metro Detroit, where the local dialect is heavily informed by AAVE, which itself is heavily informed by, Southernisms. There's a reason for that. Like, there's a reason for both, for the Southernisms in both AAVE and even the Metro Detroit regional dialect. There's a history about that. I'd love to get into the history about that sometime, but like I do end up talking history a lot in some of my puzzle streams, so I might bring that up then. But yeah, it's like it would be weird if I did not pick up on some of the local dialect and use it naturally in my speech, because this is where I grew up. I grew up in Metro Detroit, where again, African American vernacular English, aka Ebonics, as it was called when I was a little kid in the 80s. This is part of the local dialect. The local dialect is informed by African American dialect. It would be weird if I did not pick up, some key phrases of AAVE, because that would not only like make it look like I didn't actually grow up in this area, but it could also make it look like that if I did grow up in this area, that I did not go and like that I was not part of the community that I was, which was a lower working class neighborhood, a predominantly African American lower working class neighborhood. I mean, okay, it's historically a Polish neighborhood where I grew up in Toledo, but again, it's by the time I was already a kid in the 80s, it was a predominantly black neighborhood where people overwhelmingly spoke a regional variant of African American vernacular English. Like I said, it would be weird if I did not pick up on any of this, because it would imply that either A, I didn't actually grow up where I grew up, or B, I was so isolated from where I actually grew up that it genuinely sounds like it would be more racist, because it would imply that I wasn't actually a part of the community, that I didn't actually like talk to and, you know, and engage in community with my overwhelmingly African American neighbors in my old neighborhood in Toledo. That's what it would imply if I did not pick up any AAVE in my everyday speech that occasionally comes out, because I mean, it doesn't come out as much as it did with my younger sister, who, passed away in 20 let's see. Yeah, it was 2017. Yeah. Oh god, yeah, it was the first summer after my surgery. Oh yeah, yeah, and I remember that because somebody contacted me about it, and I went out on to have a cigarette, my first cigarette in almost 5 years at that point, and I was having it on the balcony just as worst X was coming over to visit, because he and I were still in a in a relationship that was in an active relationship, right? So yeah, that's yeah. So yeah, like my younger sister near exclusively spoke the local AAVE dialect, because like she was not the weird bookish kid spending most of his spare time in the library. She was the tomboy who was um uh, I say tomboy, but like my younger sister had some tomboy qualities, but I was also the one who, but she also had like little girlfriends when she was a little kid, right? And like her and um 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 trying to remember how common this name is. You know what? Like let's just call her let's just call her Tasha, um just to anonymize it, just because like I I do remember her, her real name, right? But like Tasha, not her real name, because like, well, I mean, okay, she's going to be a couple of years younger than myself. Or no way. Yeah, she's going to be close to my age, because my younger sister was like 16 months my junior, like, but she was like almost as tall, as long as I was tall when she was born. But that's me getting sidetracked. But yeah, like my younger sister and Tasha, the neighborhood, well, one of the neighborhood girls, that, but like she and my younger sister were like tight best friends for basically until my dad remarried and we moved to my stepmother's place outside Tecumseh, Michigan, right? So like those two, like when Molly was not like like playing softball and shit. um I do know Molly and Tasha both went out for um a um a girls like little league. I believe it was soccer. I believe it was girls soccer. I know Molly was on softball, on a like non-school related like little league team. Um but I think they both went out for soccer together too. No, no, not soccer, basketball. Yeah, yeah, Tasha really got Molly into basketball for a time, but so yeah, like those two would often rope me into playing a hairdresser, and I would get to be the hairdresser, right? Like, like little kids, like playing, like playing, like playing grocery store or playing a house, or like I'm talking like actually playing house, um, not like what Courtney said of um her brother Cameron, playing house as like what he'd call violating her in ways older siblings should never violate, in ways nobody should ever violate kids that age. But I like to I like to have like I like to earn like my 13 cents a stream, right? I like for YouTube to not come for my 13 cents a stream, right? So yeah, like Molly and Tasha would often rope me into playing beauty parlor, and so like because Tasha was was African American, on both sides, like yeah, African Americans are overwhelmingly rich due to the um um being descendants of slavery, and all that comes with that, right? But she was a little bit darker, and she had like an especially tight type 4 hair. So whereas I've got a type 1 hair, which is like very straight, but with a slight wave to it. Um, whereas like Tasha's a type 4 hair, which is especially tight curly, right? It's especially tight, curly, kinky. And so, because of being roped into playing hairdresser with my younger sister and her literal best friend, who just happened to be African American because that's the neighborhood we grew up in, um, like they roped me into playing beauty parlor. So I'm well acquainted with hair grease. And I've got a story time about the time I had, I just like felt like so angered on behalf of one of the girls I was in high school with. I mean, we were also in junior high together, but yeah, like one of the girls I was in high school with, like because I went to junior high and high school in rural Michigan, like rural Lenawee County. Like my stepmother had like an acre and a half with chickens and and a couple of pigs that my dad and one of my stepbrothers would like do like would do like guerrilla livestock rescue when like they knew about like farm animals who were being especially mistreated. Like I'm not gonna get into the ethics of eating meat, but it's like you can still treat your livestock decently before the slaughter, right? And that doesn't mean the slaughter isn't horrible for an animal to go through. I'm just saying, like, you can treat them right before the slaughter, right? And like I said, like my dad and my stepbrother would like occasionally just like do these like rogue like they, and I say rogue because they weren't associated with like ALF or anything, right? So yeah, like they would just like do these like rogue guerrilla like livestock rescue, and because they knew the animal welfare laws in Lenawee County, even at that time, did not allow for some of this severe mistreatment. They would like go and like break into people's farms in the middle of the night to get a pig, like a Yorkshire sow. Like this is one of the first ones I remember, and that's why it's so clear to me. Like they went in the middle of the night to go like break out this Yorkshire sow, pig that should be like as an adult pig, about like 800 pounds, like 600 to 800 pounds. She was barely 275. So like she looked like a pig head with the skeleton following her, right? Um and like and of course like the farm owners caught them in the middle of this, so the cops were called out, and um the cops said that it is illegal for you to keep a pig in this condition intentionally, and other animals on this farm look well fed. So we can say that you are surrendering this pig to Mr. McElroy and his stepson, or we can file charges. So, like I said, that's like one of the first times I remember them doing that. So, but anyway, like I said, like because of where I went to high school, like being so rural and so white, and there were literally two black kids in my high school, and they were not related, even though a lot of times people would ask them if they were. And I'm just like, I don't know why people think you're related. You two look like you came from like I mean, skin color aside, you two. I mean, well, first off, like the guy, he's the one I was like, really close friends with, at least in high school, anyway. I mean, they were both like different color, like very, like I said, the guy I was friends with, because his favorite band was Typo Negative, and my favorite, and Typo has always been like one of my favorite bands. So that's why he and I were friends. He was so goth, he was black, right? And I know like people, like siblings in African American households can have wildly different skin tones. I mean, it's that that's the thing. But it's like, I'm just like, okay, look, aside from the fact that you are darker and she is lighter, which could be an indication that you two aren't related, like you both have like very different face shapes, very different eyes. You look like you come from two completely different sets of parents. Like, like they just do, right? Like they just do. And I said this to people like a number of times. I'm like, no, like just look at their eyes. They look like they come from two completely different sets of parents. This is like you're being stupid and racist, and uh, and this was before I understood much about about like sociology and race theory, right? This is when I was like literally like 13 years old and saying like, no, my God, you sound stupid and racist. Just like asking them if they're related, even though like they look like they come from two completely different sets of parents. If you just like look at their faces, like beyond skin color, right? But anyway, like one time I had to like I was getting like kind of offended on, alongside the girl who was trying to explain hair grease to a bunch of white girls at the cafeteria table. I'm in the next table over hearing this, and like I was getting like visibly upset on her behalf, and I just like, just like asked, and I just like turned around and I asked, would you mind if I tried to put this in white people language for them? And she said, and her response was, you grew up in Detroit, so like so yeah, you probably do understand this. Like maybe you can like be the translator for about this. And I'm just but yeah, like I said, it would be weird if I did not pick up at least a little bit of AAV because like given where I grew up, I'm like no, that would just be weird if I didn't. Like it would look like like worst case scenario, it would look like my parents were Klansmen who, or at least somehow, sympathetic towards, white supremacists and, and like would not let me interact with the neighborhood kids. Right? It's just like, anyway, okay, Lynn Lovejoe said, also asked, used to watch for, oh, thanks so much. Yeah, it's been a, so, I, I said something publicly about this again, like nothing that Ethel and her cultists will ever be able to embarrass me about. I was street homeless for about a little under 17 months. A little under 17 months, from August of 2022 until the last week of February of 2024. So that's why my YouTube was on hiatus for so long, because I, I don't want to stream my misery for people. While it did occur to me that I could, try and milk people's sympathies on TikTok, a la do a Daniel Larson and see if people, noticed my, condition of, like street homelessness, my two, my cats and I living in a tent that whole time. Like I could see if like, people would feel sorry for that kind of situation or, but then like I thought about it a little bit more and I was just like, it's probably going to be more trouble than it's worth. Like, yeah, I might get a few bucks out of it. But at what cost, right? But again, it's like, it's not a fact I'm embarrassed about. It's just like, I didn't want to stream that. I didn't really have a good place to shoot videos for upload. I mean, I did do a few TikToks, and after the fire, a year ago this week, it was a year ago on the 6th of this month, while my cats and I were out at coffee, the cats have a stroller carrier that I would take them out with me in when we were in the tent. So yeah, I did do a few streams from the Extended Stay America that we were in for the 7 or so weeks before the Section 8 apartment was finally approved by the agency, because it's a huge process when you get an apartment with Section 8, with a Section 8 voucher. So it's like, not only do you fill out the paperwork for the voucher, and then you go and you fill out the leasing application and all that, but then the Section 8 agency comes out to approve the apartment and make sure everything is up to code. And I don't know how it passed because the light in my closet has never worked. I can leave the switch up 24 hours, and there might be an hour of the day where it spark, like where the where whatever it is like finally meets together, and the light is on for about an hour, maybe an hour and a half on a good day. But yeah, like I just use puck lights that, like with the adhesive backing in there for the closet. I brought it to somebody's attention early on, like before, like in the like 4 days between moving in and getting my and getting all of my furniture in from the storage unit. I told somebody about it. Nobody ever came by to fix it. So I don't know how this apartment got approved for Section 8. Like they must have like, showed up when the light switch in the closet was having a good day. Um or like the exact, hour of the day that it might have worked properly, right? So yeah, like that's the whole thing. And like I said, I just like I didn't want to stream my misery for people, even if it could have gotten me a couple bucks, because I'm just like I don't want to do that. Like then what happens when, like when I move into like an apartment, permanently, as again, like then what happens? Then it's like everybody like who is like, giving me delicious monies because they felt sorry for me, like, like it's not a sustainable thing, right? Um it's not a sustainable thing, and then there's going to be people who are only like watching for the misery, for the misery exploitation, who will get bored after that, even, and like it'll be like I'd rather build an audience on something other than, whatever sorry circumstances I can milk for views. I do. I'd rather build an audience based on, like um what I have to say and do, whether it be, just like little chats like this, or my music. Or speaking of my music, I've got a super chat goal for tonight of if I think I set it to 5 super chats, $2 or more, and um and um and an upcoming stream I'm aiming for about 2 weeks, upon meeting the goal. Oh shit. Um 9, 10, 10. Oh shit. The super chat goal will expire in about half an hour, because I'm only allowed to set it for like like a specific, span of time. Like I can only set it for up to 3 hours. So so yeah, like five super chats of $2 or more, and I can do, and within a couple weeks after that, I'll do a thing, like a 3-song mini concert live stream, because I did have over 15 years of classical voice training, and I would like to put it to good use. Okay, let erg um let's see, um oh yeah, oh yeah, growing up in poverty is a son of a bitch. um oh yeah, yeah. I mean, if you're going to do anything public facing that, you hope to um profit from, either through, financially, or just like notoriety, which is like which is like what a lot of artists and musicians, just, you just want to be noteworthy enough to, share your um um share your abilities with the world, for a lot of artists and musicians anyway, because, like let's be honest, like being a musician pays between diddly and squat. um Most musicians, um, especially those who qualify for Social Security disability, or the equivalent of in their country, most musicians would make more from disability than they would from, their music alone. like music would be there to supplement disability payments. So and that's just a fact. Like unless you get famous enough for, your music performances and your recordings to be sustainable, um you know disability pays between diddly and squat, but it pays more than being a musician. um let's see. Yeah, I'm glad I haven't been, chased off YouTube, though it does seem Ethel and her weird little personality cult are definitely trying. Oh, yeah. Um, okay, I did ask who's Ethel, or I did answer who's Ethel and, what she was doing to try and mess with Vangelina. Okay, Northern Ireland. Close enough. That's where my dad's side of the family's from. Um, oh crap, I put on the ticker. Um, Okay, that's still relevant because the cats are gonna want me to feed them in about an hour. Um, so yeah, Northern Ireland, close enough to Ireland. So oh, for crap's sake. Ah, okay. This is why I need, a better laptop to do like music recording and creative stuff from, because because of what? Because this one is like this one is barely competent at anything that I do with it. I probably like, exerting this laptop beyond its abilities, and unlike a human body, it's not going to get much younger, or it's not going to get much better at it. Uh oh yeah. Yeah, Ethel's definitely a know-it-all, and like this is well established, but she tries her damnedest to, and she's not only a pretentious know-it-all, um because but or I will emphasize that she's a pretentious know-it-all, because part of the definition of pretentiousness is not necessarily having the um having the reason to think you're better than everyone else or smarter than everyone else. It's an unfounded sense of one's worth in a given area. And like, so yeah, like she's but like her pretentiousness like trips over the rug into just flat out pathological narcissism. And she likes to cover up any facts that show she is not as smart as she thinks she is, or that she is not um as justice minded as she thinks she is, or at least as justice minded as she wants other people to think she is. So that is my goal, to consolidate all of her public shenanigans. And I only care about the public shenanigans. Like the private shenanigans, which I'm pretty sure she's just as um emotionally malicious to people she knows in her private, aka offline life, as she is to people online. But that is their own business to take care of. I wish them the best. I want them to get out of whatever toxic situation Ethel has put them into. And like, if they want to tell me where to send a flower basket after they get out of the Ethelverse, I'll see what I can do. Like, I'll see what kind of delicious monies I can accumulate to, send them a flower basket. But they're gonna have to contact me, because I don't care about like finding this out, like through, questionable means. Because like, what like, how's that gonna, like, at the very least, how is that gonna make me look? That's gonna make me look unhinged. And yeah, I am a bit of a loon myself, but I'm the kind of loon that a lot of people like. Yeah, I don't have like, the notoriety that, even somebody as malicious in their lunacy as Ethel is known, is notable for. But, like, a lot, like, according to, like, not only what I hear from people in my real life, like, offline, but, like, what some of my, IRL friends tell me that they, hear about when, like, talking to, other people, like, like, so, like, people a little bit, like, not as close in my social, my offline social circles, right? It's like people, like, I'm not, like, close enough for them to feel comfortable telling me themselves, but it's like my friend Charles, he's, which is common enough name. Well, he's also in a band, and people can easily find out, his name through his band, right? And it's very like, and if you, like, follow, like, both he and I on social media, or if you even just follow his band on social media, like, they've reshared some of my reels from their concert. Yeah, the one so far that I've went to for the sad hour. So yeah, like, Charles is, low key local music public figure, right? So, like, he's told me that's like, he's like, dude, like, people actually like you, like, the younger people in the local goth and industrial and punk scene, think you're a little bit intimidating, but that's because they think you're kind of cool, but they don't know how to tell you. I'm like, why? Just tell them to just, like, come up to me and say hello. You know me, I'm nice. He's like, yeah, you're nice, but you also come off as, like, intensely private, like, offline. I'm like, that's because they don't watch my YouTube and listen to all my embarrassing stories that I share. And then he's like, well, that's it. It's like, it's your personal, curated embarrassing. I'm like, okay, fine, whatever. Like, and, like, I do, I do, like, try to be friendly to people when I'm out at the club and shit. So I don't know. It's just like, but sure, I guess, like, people actually like me, but that's because, like, I'm the kind of loon that's kind of entertaining to have around. Like, maybe I'm not your favorite crazy, like, maybe I'm not your favorite local character or whatever, but, you know, you're not gonna immediately change the channel if I come on, right? uh, but anyway, let's okay, we got some right ridiculous. I forget what the convo was at that point. Even the oh wait, no, we're still about an hour behind. Um, oh, oh, sounds like you're right. She does sounds. Oh yeah, yeah. Talking about, like, Lily, like Ethel trying to claim copyright over screenshots she took of Lily Orchard's Tumblr blog, which you cannot do. Like, that is not protected intellectual like, even if you can prove you took the screenshots, that is not your protected intellectual property. That is the intellectual property that of somebody else that you took an image of, and without the additional context of Ethel's video, the screenshot alone is not fair use. Like, this just seems basic enough that even somebody as stupid as Ethel should be able to figure this out. But, this is the internet, and the internet is full of, like, people who are a combination of crazy and or stupid. Like, and I'm including myself in that. Like, yeah, my mother would, like, brag to anybody willing to listen that apparently like, when I took the Stanford Binet Children's IQ test when I was, like, 5 years old in the 80s, she would tell anybody willing to listen, that, oh, this kid's got an IQ of 157. And I'm just like, and at some point I'm just like, Mom, I'm not going to be able to live up to whatever expectations you have of me. I don't think I ever put it in those exact words, but it's just like, why? But I'm like, but I'm still stupid. Like, maybe I have an IQ that high, but I'm still stupid. And I can say that with confidence because I have done and said stupid shit. Now, when I do and say stupid shit, it's either because A, I think it's funny. At the very least, I thought it was funny at the time, and that's usually still true. That's usually still true. And if I no longer think it's funny, not even funny enough to justify saying it at the time, like, if that's the idea I have now, then I'll just say, yeah, I was being stupid. I was stupid enough to think that was funny back in, I don't know, like 1998 or something. I'm trying to remember, like, when some of my earliest, internet postings were, right? Like, we're going back to, like, Usenet and email list serves, for communicating with other people on the internet. Like, yeah, maybe I did say something that's stupid that time, and maybe it was stupid of me to think it was funny even back then. But like, I'm not that kind of stupid anymore. Like, But yeah, like I said, and sometimes when I say something stupid or do something stupid online or off, it's because in some way I just am like ignorant of how stupid this looks or sounds. And everybody does it. Everybody does it every once in a while, at least. Even goddamn, Albert fucking Einstein would say and do stupid things every once in a while. And I know this because Albert Einstein was a human being. And human beings are kind of a stupid species. This is what we do. We're kind of stupid. Some stupidity that humans do is like, more damaging than other stupidity. Now, human beings are also an incredibly intelligent species. Like, you can tell by how much we do things just for the joy of doing them. I mean, crows do things just for the joy of doing them. There's plenty of YouTube shorts about it, and TikToks and like old school vines of crows who are apparently like, picking up a little like, mayonnaise lid and, going to the top peak of somebody's home roof and sliding down the mayonnaise lid just to pick it up and go back up there. Like, crows will go sledding with mayonnaise lids on household roofs just for the joy of sliding down a roof on a mayonnaise lid. And that seems to be one of the ways that humans will determine intelligence in other species. Another way that humans seem to determine intelligence in other species is how often that species will engage in sexual activities just for the joy of it. This includes how bonobos jack off regularly. I do not want to see any of those videos that, exist for hopefully purely scientific, research reasons. Because I'm not interested in bonobos like that. Like, and, okay, like maybe the first time I see something like that, it would be out of curiosity, right? If you watch videos like that any more often than just the first time for curiosity, you may have a problem. Or you may be a zoologist, in which case, you are watching these repeatedly to like understand their behavioral patterns or something, right? So it's like unless you're watching it for science or curiosity, like if you're watching it for more often than just that much, like, no, you've got a problem. You've got a problem with like watching animals jack off. Like, that's weird. That's weird. And I feel no shame in saying that is freaking weird. Anyway, my Derek Jarman book. Yeah, actually, like, Jarman himself is here in the back cover flap, and I think he was absolutely gorgeous myself. Would smash even after his even after he discovered his HIV positive status. Because why? Condoms exist. Therefore, I would have still well, I mean, granted, not at the age I was when he discovered his HIV positive status. I think I was 10, if not younger. But, if myself at age 45 would go in a time machine to Derek Jarman that year, and I'd just be like, hun, condoms exist. Condoms exist, and there's already enough known about how, HIV runs its course to know that the chances of getting it through kissing is like practically non-existent. Like I would have to be kissing him, for like 10 years straight, for it to transfer via saliva, like without coming up for air, right? And and for anything else, for the other orifices and and fluids that humans do fun things with, condoms exist. Dental dams exist. Like this it's not difficult. Derek Jarman, I would still smash. And yes, I'm also a Jarman, but he and I are not directly related. He and I are not directly related. It's like it's like how FDR and Eleanor Roosevelt were technically sixth cousins, but it's like their common ancestor, like where their two branches of the family tree drifted off, their common ancestor was like 17th century, so about 200 years removed, where like that common ancestor like had offspring that branched off into their own lines of Roosevelts, right? So this means Eleanor Roosevelt was technically the first the first U.S. First Lady to or I think the acronym is FLOTUS, First Lady of the United States, right? Yeah. So Eleanor Roosevelt was technically the first FLOTUS to keep her maiden name, and she's the only so far FLOTUS to keep her maiden name unhyphenated. This is on a technicality that she was a Roosevelt before she and FDR married. But fun fact. So yeah, like, you know, like I said, like when I say that Derek Jarman and I are not directly related, like there are Jarmans on my mother's side of the family. That was not my mother's maiden name, but 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 yeah, there are Jarmans on my mother's side of the family, so that's why I took on Jarman in my surname. So so yeah, but still, like I said, like he and I are far enough apart on the family tree, I would still smash. Assuming time machine technology comes into my hands and I at the age of 45 can go back to, let's say, 1990, you know, if not earlier, being the year of his learning he was HIV positive, right? I think he had a good 5 years before he passed away from I think it was the pneumonia that commonly gets AIDS patients. But but yeah, I yeah, would still smash because like I'm sorry, like I've got a type as far as facial features go, and my type tends to have large eyes and a prominent nose, and that is Derek Jarman's face. He's got larger eyes and a prominent nose. Therefore, I am statistically more likely to want to smash. um, let's see. I think. Oh wait, no. It's yeah, it's Best X and Ex Mormon number one, who are like the like like the two primary X's of mine, where they did not have, you know, large eyes and a prominent nose relative to the layout of their face. Um, and Best X was my longest relationship of that sort. So but you know, it's like I'm like, that's just a coincidence. I can still have like an especially long-term relationship with somebody who does have larger eyes and a prominent nose relative to the layout of their face. Anyway, um, um, Evangelina would never. Oh, regarding like any kind of like copyright thing. Oh yeah, she's um. Evangelina Skov is one of the least problematic, you know, like drama and commentary YouTubers I've noticed on this hell site. Like I said, I'm not saying she's completely without her problems, but she does seem to be the least problematic. And you know, I don't know of any special problems that people have with her who are not. And when I say people, I mean people who aren't named Ethel. Um, but but yeah, like I don't. I think like the most scandalous thing uh, outside of Ethel's little stunt that she pulled around, I want to say May of last year. Um the most scandalous thing was Vangelina's video, which she took down after a couple of days because she thought it was a little bit too mean, right? Like she thought it was a little bit too mean, and she also like understood that people weren't really understanding her point. So and that was when she said that like even though she appreciated the H Bomber guy video um about the plagiarism issue with some YouTubers that excuse me, that he did seem to disproportionately seem that he seemed to be like maybe not disproportionately, but like unnecessarily unnecessarily like um disparaging of drama and commentary YouTubers, which I understand. Like I understand. I even kind of like when I saw the video. I'm one of the few people who actually saw the video. When I saw that, I did understand her point. Like I didn't notice it at the time I saw the H Bomber guy video, but like when Vangelina like expressed her issue with the tone he took when he mentioned the drama and commentary YouTuber, um like I did understand her point. I thought she made it pretty well, but like again, it's like she's just like, okay, this is annoying some people who don't seem to be understanding the point I meant. Maybe this means I didn't put my point very well, and now that I look at it a couple days later, it does seem a little bit more mean than I intended. Which like fine, like that's absolutely her right to do. Hey you. What? You're on the goddamn scarf I'm making for my friend that I probably should have had finished already. And you're a little kitty and I love you, but this is not your scarf. No, it's not your scarf. I talk like that to the cats, like even when I'm not streaming. Let's see. Lynn Love Joe, totally listening, won't comment for a sec. Gotta okay, little kid. Oh gosh, yeah. I've got a fanny pack that I wear when I go to concerts in Detroit, um, and I keep the large Salon Paws patches in in that fanny pack to like put on the um hi to like put on my lower back at some point in the evening because I always end up needing one. And I've got I also keep like a handful of smaller ones to like apply to my knee, maybe an ankle, anything that ends up hurting too much in the course of the concert because I am an old person. Let's see. Kid Rock. Oh, yeah, sounding inauthentic using AAVE and stuff and like the history of why the Metro Detroit dialect has picked up some Southernisms. Yeah, there's a history on that. So it's like Kid Rock is not. Could also have been mentioning. You could have also been referencing. Right. Because you say "Sweet Home Alabama," but that's not the name of the Kid Rock song. It's Yeah. That's when I was talking about Evolution Control Committee and Rebel Without a Pause. Um, um, So, as now, if you're talking about like mashup music, when you asked if that would be considered plagiarism, um, legally there is a like uh, at least under U.S. At least under U.S. copyright law, there doesn't seem to be a clear legal definition of the word plagiarism in specific because plagiarism is like an old enough word that's taken on um, a few different connotations depending on excuse me depending on the context. Instead it's things could be considered legally either a copyright violation or some other intellectual property violation. So like if we're talking about plagiarism in specific, that's more an issue of I want to say artistic integrity and or academical ethics. So so a mashup song like along the lines of like Evolution Control Committee and Rebel Without a Pause, that's in a weird area. Like even today, like people debate this. Like people still debate this kind of thing. Like is it plagiarism since it's making something new out of two distinct things that, like, are only, that can only exist as a distinct thing, as a new distinct thing in this specific context of a recording, right? So it's like Mark Gunderson never claims, like, he does not claim any kind of ownership to Herb Alpert's sheet music for the you know what? Let me let's go to screen share. Let's go to the YouTube one, and let's clicky, and of course to readjust the I want to readjust the layout, because there's a layout I like better than the other kinds of layouts. This is the layout that I like. It is a thing that I enjoy. So yeah, evolution. E-E-L. Rebel without. Why is it? Why cause? That's not the. There we go. Okay. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here's an official one. It was uploaded 17 years ago. So, the little short film that that the music is put over in this video is it's completely nonsensical when you watch it with the music. Like it's so weird. But at least the artistic that I think are worth listening to do not consider this kind of this kind of like sound collage music composition, because it is a form of composition, but it's a form of composition that is unique to that is unique to that's unique to a sound recording. Like, it's not a composition that can be put into sheet music like the Herb Okay, so since this is on an official ECC account, okay, ECC's 1994 Gunderphonic video by our elite German unit. That's not telling me anything. Read. So let's go to this, just so I know what Herb Alpert composition is used in here. And I'm going to need to zoom in on this because I'm still half blind. There we go. That's something I can read more easily. I mean, I can kind of read it at the original typeface, but it's hard, and I'm technically guessing on some of the letters I see because they kind of blur together that much, like even with my glasses on. I know there have been past streams where I've read stuff at a small thing, but I misread it the first time I read it. Okay, the ECC's first 7-inch single and first release on Eerie Materials. Best X had an original copy of this. And I think I played it my first night DJing at Labyrinth in Detroit back around year 2000. I played it on their system there. So let's see. The Whipped Cream Mix's 7-inch single included 2 mixes syncing up the vocals of Chuck D of the rap group Public Enemy with the ubiquitous 1966 album Whipped Cream and Other Delights by Herb Alpert and the Tijuana Brass. These mixes originally appeared on the ECC's Gunderphonics 1994. This formula is of synchronizing a pop vocal track to a different pop music track is now known as a mashup, and the Whipped Cream Mixes is frequently cited as the origin of this genre. The single was a very successful release for Eerie Materials with 5 additional pressings made of the record. Eerie invited the ECC to do another follow-up single, which was the 7-inch single Rocked by Rape, and that has a that has a lovely history of its own because it utilizes sampled riffs from AC/DC, and also sampled spoken word clips from Dan Rather of I think CBS News, and it was like both like CBS and AC/DC's team issued cease and desist letters. Whereas with the whipped cream mixes, it's only Herb Alpert who had a problem with this. Chuck D has since been asked about the ECC whipped cream mixes of Rebel Without a Pause and the B-side By the Time I Get to Arizona, which also uses Herb Alpert over the vocal the vocal only track from By the Time I Get to Arizona on by Public Enemy, because this was also released as a vocal only track by Public Enemy as the B-side to a single, right? So yeah, like Chuck D thinks that the whipped cream mixes are an amazing piece of art. Like I think one interview I read where the guy asked Chuck D about this, Chuck D said, "I think it should be obvious what I think about the whipped cream mixes. I think they're great. Why else would we release the standalone vocal track as the B-side unless we wanted to encourage people to do this kind of thing?" Right? Like it's just like I said, like Chuck D has no problem with the whipped cream mixes. It's only Herb Alpert's estate who does. So yeah, like I guess it's just like selections from Herb Alpert that are sampled because like Wikipedia might tell me which Herb Alpert is Wikipedia might tell me which Herb Alpert tracks are being sampled in this. Hello. Okay, replay, and I'm going to look up on my phone.
Yes, the rhythm, the rebel, without a pause, I'm lowering my level. The hard rhymer, where you never been, I'm in. You want styling? You know it's time to get D. The enemy telling you to hear it. They praise the music, this time they play the lyrics. Some say no to the album, the show, but much the sound I made a year ago. I guess you guess I'm just a radical. Not on sabbatical, yes, to make it critical. The only part of your body should be partying too. Pass the power on the hour from the rebel to you.
Hey, yo, Chuck, man, I don't understand this, man. Yo, you got this no down, man. You losing them.
Radio, suckers never play me on the mix. They just okay me now, known and grown. When they're clocking my zone, it's no sticking and taking everything that the brother owns. My calling card, recorded and ordered. Supporter of Chesimard, loud and proud. Kicking live, next poet supreme. Loop or troop, bazooka, the scheme. Flavor, a rebel in his own mind. Supporter of my rhyme, designed to scatter a line of suckers who claim I do crime. They on my time, dig it.
Hey, yo, Chuck, I think we taking short. Show this is Cole Medina, man. Come on, kick it.
Terminator X. My calling card, recorded and ordered. Supporter of Chesimard, loud and proud. Kicking live, next poet, a loop or troop. Bazooka, the scheme. Flavor. Supporter of my rhyme, designed to scatter a line of suckers who claim I do crime. They on my time, dig it.
Hey, yo, Chuck, I think we taking short. Show this is Cole Medina, man. Come on.
So yeah, like so yeah, like I said, the mashup genre is there are copyright claims that people could make, but usually people doing mashup and other sound collage will cite their sources. So then it's a matter of like whether or not people want to spend extra time in court over this, which usually only happens when there is significant money to be made, which, released on such a small released on such a small press label as Erie Records in the early mid 1990s. Like I'm sure the Herb Alpert I'm sure the Herb Alpert estate just decided that it's not worth pursuing this. So like yeah, it would so it looks like that it was just like little sampled from various Herb Alpert pieces, right? It just looks like that Gunderson just put together, like I said, like various samples from a selection of Herb Alpert pieces. But he recognized either he or his estate. I forget if he was still. Wikipedia will tell me if he was still alive, and he's linked in the goddamn article. Oh, Herb Alpert is apparently still alive at the age of 89. He's going to be 90 on March 31st of this year. That's interesting. I thought he had passed away some time ago. So yeah, like obviously like Herb Alpert and or someone working with his publisher for his music and his compositions, right? Because he's a it says songwriter, but he's since so much of his work is instrumental, it seems more accurate to refer to him as a composer. But it's Wikipedia, so yeah, like clearly like Herb Alpert and or somebody else working with his legal publishing stuff were able to recognize this as Herb Alpert recordings, which okay, fine, fair enough. Somebody with an especially attuned ear to trumpets might be able to distinguish Herb Alpert's distinct trumpet that he uses. In fact, like people with sharp enough hearing who've trained themselves enough can recognize the difference, or can recognize like Stradivarius instruments, right? Versus like similar but much newer, or at least like much less renowned instruments, right? So like somebody who's like trained themselves to hear the difference can hear the difference in a Stradivarius violin versus a mass market factory made violin from Sears, that even though it can be scientifically proved that both violins keep tune exactly the same way, the exact woods and luthier processes used in each one can produce a sometimes a slightly, sometimes a wildly different sound, right? So brass instruments like Herb Alpert and his trumpet, because that's what he's like most known for playing, like Chuck Mangione, right? So yeah, because brass instruments are metal and they're much more uniform to in the creation process, in the process of like building them from the basic parts. It comes down to like a matter of build, and which build is is like more. It comes down to the distinct build process, right? Because like even like the tiniest imperfections in a trumpet, or another brass instrument can have an effect on the sound that, it doesn't necessarily mean it sounds bad, but it does mean that some people are going to prefer the sound of, say one of Herb Alpert's trumpets versus another, like cheaper trumpet that, like maybe has these little tiny microscopic imperfections, quote unquote, in the build process. But yeah, so it's like clearly somehow Herb Alpert himself and or somebody else, like working with his publishing, is just like able to pick up, nope, that's us, that's Herb, that's Herb's trumpet, and like issued a cease and desist. But but clearly like it went through 5 more pressings through Erie Records, which means that they were willing to take on any kind of legal fees to defend this as as sound collage. And of course the fact that Chuck D and the rest of Public Enemy, because there are some Flava Flav vocals in their very hey Bran, knock your shit off. I hear your toy running in the other room. It's turned itself back on. Oh my gosh. Like, do you want me to turn on another toy? It is getting close to supper time for the cats, so I'm gonna wrap up some of the comment reads and go make them so super while I put on a video that we can, that you all can watch while I while I go like feed the cats. Okay, but I'm gonna catch up on this first so that I know, just because I know Restream can sometimes have a shit fit on my computer. Let's see. Oh yeah. Watching anything about Ethel from Vangelina's, like Vangelina didn't even bring up that that Ethel does not have any reason to try and copyright claim or allege plagiarism over the Lily Orchard screen caps, but that's just because Vangelina is friends with Rachel Oates, and Rachel Oates has been a victim of Ethel's near constant harassment for 5 years now. So since 2019, and like I said, Vangelina Scov and Rachel Oates are IRL friends. In addition to online friends, I imagine they first met, like doing like YouTube and social media stuff. But like they are our IRL friends. They've like gone and hung out together at places in some combination of Northern Ireland where Vangelina lives, and I think Rachel Oates is still in her original Yorkshire area. I love her Yorkie accent. I do. Or maybe she relocated to London already. I know maybe she relocated to London and then moved back. I don't know, but it's like they've gone and hung out together. They're friends. So, many people have suggested that that because of Ethel's one-sided vendetta against Rachel Oates over complete nonsense, you know what? I might pull up a video of that while I go feed the cats. That this is not so much about Vangelina as it is about Ethel trying to and honestly, when you get into like all of the nonsense that Ethel has put Rachel Oates' way over the last 5 years, that is an understandable theory, right? This is a hypothesis that is definitely that definitely has some evidence to to suggest theory. So okay. Okay, Lynn Love Joe says, "Yay!" Oh yeah. One scheduled day. If you're just now tuning in, Thursdays are now Thurston Thursdays, which is where we go into the Ethelverse, and so yeah, like, and I'm going to like resume, a more robust schedule for other days of the week I stream and or upload. So Sundays are now going back to jigsaw puzzles, which is what I used to do on Sundays for the first couple of years of my channel, right? I would just go do a jigsaw puzzle on live stream back in like 2018. Yeah, I think I started that like shortly after Worst X left. Around the time I started calling him Worst X, because somebody got pissy with the fact that I briefly mentioned his first and last name, even though it's a rather common first and last name combo, but they decided to like dig enough on Facebook to allegedly find him, or so they claimed anyway. I'm of the internet generation that says pics or it didn't happen, buddy. Like this is Usenet, pics or it didn't happen. I will be more than happy to go to alt.binaries and when it finishes scanning into your computer next week, because that's how long scans could have taken sometimes. So like, I will go into the alt.binaries channel for this to, just to see pics, but like pics or it didn't happen. Like like this is the internet. Nothing is necessarily true. Well, we knew this already in the 1990s. Some people on the internet could just be making shit up. So Lynn Joe asks if I still cook on left. Sometimes. A couple of weeks ago, I was making at least the first portion of Bada Brith on live stream, but then I had to let the bread rise, and when I unplugged the laptop from the kitchen outlet that I was using to bring it back into the bedroom where it would be more comfortable for me for the hour and a half while the bread was rising, something just like severely borked up the connection, which should not be a thing because it's on Wi-Fi. But like I said, my laptop is I definitely like exert this poor laptop beyond what I already do with beyond its capability to do the things I already do with it, right? Like I asked so much of this little laptop, but like after the my previous laptop was stolen from the tent while I was out, like just doing something that I thought I could have left it, like buried under a mountain of clothes in the tent. That time, I'm just like, after that, I just, like replaced it as soon as possible with what I needed, or with the money I had, the little money I had. Coincidentally, that also happened to be a week that that disability check like went like shortly afterward, because in order to a laptop is like easier for me to write from, at least like when I'm doing like bigger text box stuff. Like if I'm just making comments on Reddit or whatever, then the smartphone is fine. But for doing stuff like my Ko-Fi and all that, like writing descriptions up on there, it's like I would rather have a laptop. It's easier for me that way. So yeah, like while I was listing Ko-Fi commissions, potential Ko-Fi commissions on while the cats and I were living in a tent, yeah, I needed a laptop just because to make it easier. I could have gone to the library, used those computers, but it was it was just going to be a lot easier for me to have a laptop, right? Just because of the hours I keep, and not wanting to be too far from the tent, and the tent was while I do this, just because like I had not yet started bringing the cats with me all day when I left the tent at that time. So it was just like the library was too far from where the tent was. If I brought the tent closer to a library, just let me just summarize that by saying it would not have lasted very long. So anyway, hello, Argyle Dinosaur, aka my friend Lucifer, is showed up at some point. I did kind of see that on the sidebar of the thing that I use on the thing. But I was obviously talking about some other stuff and nonsense. Lynn Joe said, quite enjoyed the chat, have scrolled for hours, and here and TT and everything was born. TT, Toxic Tears? Are you talking about like old like GothTube stuff with Toxic Tears? Is she doing okay? Like I think like I know that she and what's his face broke up, and she didn't seem to be doing too well in terms of mental health, but it's like I don't know. Like I think she seems like a sweet kid who, and I know like she's like, not, I don't think she's even a full 10 years my junior, right? So like, but like I don't know, she's just like I think she seems like a sweet kid. Sometimes I call people close to my own age kids, right? Depends on how well I know you and like if I have any fun. Like I use kid as a term of endearment a lot of times. Other times it's contextual, right? It's like how to like a middle-aged Southern lady, bless your heart, could mean either the greatest compliment or the deepest burn, right? So that's how I use kid. Depending on the context, it could either be a term of endearment or a deep burn. Usually when it's a burn, I'll say kiddo, Kiddo, right? But yeah, like Toxic Tears seems like a sweet kid. I just like, I don't know, I kind of find her stuff a little bit boring, and that doesn't mean you can't watch it. I don't care. Like, we're both goth tubers. We're going to share some audience in some way. Whether people are hate watching me and watching her because they enjoy, or vice versa, they're hate watching her and watching me because they enjoy my stuff, right? Like I know that we're going to share some audience. We're both goth tubers. It happens. I talk about different topics than she does, so whatever. It's just like I said, like, but yeah. Oh yeah, YouTube doesn't give me notifications consistently either. Only brought it up because got confused, but remembered shirtless lives. Oh yeah. I used to like do my medication, my refilling my pill pods, my old like med vlog streams, like usually early in the morning. So I'd put on like the bare minimum I needed to. And when I say early in the morning, I mean early for me. I have been a night owl basically my whole life. Like my aunt and I were talking about that a couple days ago on the phone, like on my fortnightly phone call to my aunt. One of my aunts named Karen. I have two because that's how popular that name was in 1949. She's going to be 76 this month. Later this month. Not quite the end of this month, but whatever. Yeah. Oh yeah. I've got the chibi style ravens on on the front of my shoulders. Because like some people will have the angels or swallows. I want the chibi ravens because it goes with the Nevermore that's already been tattooed across my chest. Not part of my. Oh yeah. Like people who are trying to like embarrass sex workers, especially when they've done it out of necessity. Yeah, like that's not part of any reasonable interpretation of left-wing politics. So yeah, if like I said, it's out there. I know it's out there. I am pretty sure there's at least some weirdo on the internet who thinks that they can embarrass me with bringing that up. But it's like, yeah, I'm not especially like loud about being trans, so so like maybe people might assume that would embarrass me, but it's like I'm not especially loud about it because like especially after my my lower half surgery, in South Park terms, my peniplasty, it's not really like anything that affects my day-to-day life anymore. And oh yeah, and I brought up the Medicare thing. So earlier, so like because of the Medicare, like noticing that so when I updated my my gender on my state ID. So my state ID says M, even though my Ohio birth certificate says F. So yeah, I'm gonna cover up anything especially egregious on there. So yeah, yeah, we know my height is oh, so yeah, like we know my height is 4'11". So yeah, it says M on my state ID. This is state ID, not a driver's license, because I'm too blind to drive. I've never had a full license in the States. And like before I was too blind to drive, I only, had special conditions permit in the UK when I would spend summers with my my eldest half sister and my brother-in-law. But yeah, so it's like my state ID says M, and my passport says M, but my Ohio birth certificate still says F. And the reason that my state ID says M is because my passport says M. At least when I went and filed this in 2016. Yeah, so when I went and filed this in this was the only good thing that happened to me in 2016 was I got my legal name finalized, and I got my passport and state ID updated to say M. That's the only good shit that happened in 2016. Well, that and the Cubs winning the World Series, but I think they did that when they saw like how much everything about 2016 was starting to suck. So I think they it would not surprise me if the Cubs players were actually like on top of their game that day, and it would not surprise me if it turned out that there was like a minor rigging of that game, because just to like put a cherry on top for 2016, right? Anyway, so like I said, and that's because when and my doctor, like my doctor was like pushing me to do that like before like before the end of 2017. Like she was pushing on me to do it. She's like, you got to get your ass on this, because because if Trump wins election in 2016, like the first time, if he does that, it may be difficult. Like, if he ends up doing the anti-trans stuff and anti-gay stuff that he wants to do, this could make it harder for you to get your stuff updated. So I'm like, yes, I know. I'm talking to the people at Washtenaw County Legal Services to update my name change, and we're going to be working on the sex letter immediately after the name change, just to streamline the process, because like otherwise I'd be like sending additional documents to update, right? It would just like make it just would be a more efficient process to do it the way I did it. Hold on a sec. Okay. And the next 4 back post, next stitch. Oh, back post dec. Oh, crap. I was supposed to decrease. Okay. Okay. Back post decrease. And then back. Okay. And then follow pattern around. Gotcha. Okay. Let me look at photo. Okay. Yep. I know what I'm doing. I was like, wait a second. I know this is going to be the row where it's starting to come into a point at the back of the crown. Okay. So yeah, so because Medicare and Medicaid see that my gender on my medical because with my state ID. So anyway, you could I hope this is still an option for trans people. So like, because like if you were born in Ohio or I think the last two, I know one of the other two of the 3 states left where you can't do this. I know the other one is definitely Idaho. So if you're a trans person, you were born in Ohio, Idaho, or I think Kansas is another one where you can't update your birth certificate if it's a Kansas birth certificate, or maybe it's a Tennessee. But yeah, like if you were born in one of those 3 states, you do have the option to have your doctor write a letter that says, you've gone through this much gender transitioning, medically speaking, and so like when you apply for a passport, include that I have done this much transitioning letter from your doctor. So yeah, like it's only really open to people transitioning, at least the last I checked, which, yeah, sucks for people who don't want to go the medical route and are just fine, like socially. So that's cool. That's valid. You're just as trans, obviously. But, it's a thing, right? It's a thing that, is just like, until the laws change, it's just a fact of like living in this society. So, so yeah, like awesome for those of us who do it, but it still sucks for those who choose not to. So anyway, I'm getting sidetracked a bit more. So like I said, have your doctor write you a letter saying like, this person is my patient. They've done this much transitioning, and you should update the letter on their passport, which is international identification, but it's issued at a federal level. So like I said, like if you're born in Ohio, Idaho, or the other state, which might be Kansas, but don't quote me on that. Because I think it's down to 3 now. It used to be 4. It used to be 4 until fairly recently. I don't remember when it became 3. So yeah, if you're born in Ohio, Idaho, or the other state, that's still being a stickler about this nonsense, right? Like I said, have your doctor write you a letter saying you've done this much medical transitioning. Please update their federal passport to reflect the gender, right? And then you so you send that letter in with your passport application. Now, a passport application is $80, but if it's important enough to you to update your gender letter on your ID and or driver's license, it's probably worth saving a little bit for. Now, because I went through, now I did go through the Washtenaw County Office of Legal Services of Central and Southeast Michigan, where they covered the $80 fee for me because it was a part of my gender transitioning, right? And they do like civil, court documents and stuff like that. So like, like gender updates, name changes, etc., right? So if that is an option for you, obviously the Michigan name for it is going to be an option only if you are in Michigan, but other states have this thing too, right? It's an option that's there for you if you are, at the very least, if you're low income, right? So, yeah, if it's an option for you, take it. They will probably be able to cover the $80 passport application fee. If it hasn't been raised anything anyway, that would be nice. So yeah, and it takes a little bit longer, but again, it takes a little bit longer than like getting your state ID or driver's license to come in. But again, it's worth it. It's worth the wait if it's going to get your gender marker updated that much sooner, right? So, and you don't have to, like sit there and wait for, the state of Ohio or Idaho or the third one to, like pull their thumb out of their sphincter and just let trans people update our birth certificates, right? So, so that's why my, so because I updated it with my passport, which is a federal document, and Social Security is a federal office, then it also updated my, medical records. I mean, I still had to bring, but like it updated it with my medical insurance, so my Medicare and Medicaid, which Medicare is a branch of Social Security, right? It's the same like federal office, but and so like that also automatically updated with Medicaid, but I still like, because of how my personal doctor's office works, I also had to bring in that letter. Well, then again, my doctor did write the letter, so she was able to like process that with the letter as soon as the passport came in, right? So so now medical record says that I'm male, and it's that I'm male since late 2016. Yeah, like since it said that the last week of 2016. Now this means that because I'm male, there's like a hiccup in the system where Medicare does not want to approve a no, it's Medicaid. No, yeah, it's Medicare D, which is at least in my case is semi-privatized at the state level. It's a fucking mess. But so yeah, like because Medicare oversees prescriptions, they do not recognize female to male transgender as a valid prescription, or like as a valid diagnosis for prescribing testosterone to a man, because it's female to male transgender, but the record at Medicare now says male, right? So why would a man need a diagnosis of female to male transgender? Like, this is what the computer says. So the computer sees that, and computer says no. So my doctor went with, like a thing, a diagnosis that technically applies, if we're going by what Medicare recognizes. So I now have an intersex adjacent. So it's like legally, I'm kind of in this intersex adjacent loophole for prescription purposes, which my doctor put on my record, hypogonadism adult male, which means now hypo, that means severely reduced or without, whereas hypo or hyper, so like hypoglycemia means that your body doesn't like to hold on to sugars, and doesn't like to hold on to the necessary amount of sugars, including carbs and stuff that you need to, function optimally, that your body needs to function optimally. So, you have to, address this in a number of ways, medically speaking, right? Whereas like hyperglycemia, no. Or like psychologically, hypersexuality would be somebody who is who overuses their sexuality to to a potentially distressing degree, right? So, like I said, hypogonadism, an adult male. This means that hypogonadism, meaning, like gonads, sex organs, right? This means that I do not have testicles that produce sufficient testosterone, which is technically true. I mean, yeah, they're silicone implants. They're like hard silicone implants, so it's not like they're gonna like rupture a leak like old school like breast augmentation, right? So yeah, I technically have testicles that do not produce sufficient testosterone. This is technically true. So yeah, like this is another reason it's like I only have to bring this up if I absolutely have to, which means like it's either relevant to the conversation or, it's a medical thing that, goes beyond like just what the chart says, right? Or like my last therapist didn't even know I was trans for the first year because it wasn't relevant to bring it up to him, like until about that point, right? But I also didn't know what all he saw from my medical record on his end. So like if he saw notes from previous residents or whatever, right? So like when he was more surprised than he would be. Like I thought he would have been able to like put something together through like previous therapists' notes because of the like final year residency program that I'm get a therapist through that I don't have to pay a copay on, right? Oh yeah, and Argyle Dinosaur mentions that I do talk. Yeah, I do. I love talking history, especially like local history and the history of the goth and punk subcultures that I've been actively a part of, like basically since I was a young teenager, since about the age of like 13, 14 thereabouts. So yeah, like I think they both have some rich and wonderful histories, and I watch a couple YouTube channels that do Welsh history and just like general Britannic history. So that's really interesting because like I'm trying to prepare myself for this bicycle tour of Wales I keep threatening to take, and Nigel's coming with me because I'm told by a number of friends that that after the first night he stops eating. Okay. Lynn Love Joe says that grew up in the South, so yeah, the Southern ease does come out. Oh yeah, and because like Southern dialects and AAVE do share some vocabulary. It's like I'm sure there's dingbats, usually dingbat white people, right? Like usually it's dingbat white people trying to like white knight for the looking for words on the tip of my tongue. For the honor of black people, right? Like going like, oh, why are you saying that? Use white person. And it's like no, it's a part of the dialect. It's part of the local dialect. Like the idea that the English language is this homogenous thing, it's completely false. Like the English language is best described as a collection of a minimum of 12 local dialects that are, at least 90% mutually intelligible. Like whereas dialects of Chinese can be as mutually intelligible as dialects of English, but they can also be as mutually intelligible as the Latin languages. So like the main ones being like Italian, Spanish, Portuguese, some French has more Latin. Like some regions of French, it's a bit more Latin influenced than others, but it's like the three big ones, like Spanish, Italian, and Portuguese, and of course classical Latin that they use at the Vatican, right? So it's like yeah, if you learn any one of those four languages, any one of those four Latin languages, you will probably have an easier time going around in a country that speaks one of the other three, right? You'll have an easier time than somebody who speaks none of the languages, but it's still only in the area of about 50 to 75% mutually intelligible. Like you are going to have more difficulty than somebody who speaks both, say Latin and Portuguese fluently. Like you're Italian and you're visiting, like your aunt in Portugal, right? And, because that side of your family is in Portugal, you speak both Italian and Portuguese fluently, right? But, if you only speak Italian, you'll have a far more difficult time than somebody who does not, or than somebody who is fluent in both Italian and Portuguese, but you'll have an easier time than somebody who speaks neither of those languages, right? So, like I said, like the English language is best thought of as a collection of at least a dozen dialects that are a minimum of 90% mutually intelligible. So it's like you can figure out like what people are saying from context far more easily, if you're in the region of a different dialect than your native dialect of English. But, like you're not going to be having a hard time, right? You're not going to be having a hard time. Like you might have a little bit of a misunderstanding here and there with like, like most like on any day-to-day outing, like you might misinterpret like up to 10% of what somebody said. And it's going to be like in some of the more informal usages of English relative to the dialect of the region you're visiting, right? But but it's not as they're not as the dialects of English aren't as separate as the Latinate dialects of like the four major ones would be classical Latin, Italian, Spanish, and Portuguese. And then Portuguese, there's like the Portuguese of Portugal and the Portuguese of Brazil. In Spanish, there's the Spanish of Spain and the Spanish of Mexico versus the Spanish of other Latin American countries where Spanish is if not the national language, right? It's usually a national language because there's also like the indigenous dialects of South America that, are officially recognized even if they're not especially taught, right? Like in school, it's like, like the indigenous communities in like, say, Venezuela, right? But so yeah, like the main dialects of Spanish are about, are a minimum of I don't know, because I know like, and I know when I look at it, right? So it's like I don't know Spanish very well. Like I took like the prerequisite half a semester of Spanish in school because the second year of that I took because like the second year, so like the third semester I needed for a foreign language was the second year so my third semester was like like the first semester that my high school stopped offering Latin because not enough people were signing up for it. I was one of the last people in my high school to take Latin ever. So it's like I know when I look at it that the Spaniard Spanish for happy birthday is different from the Mexican Spanish for happy birthday, but I forget which is which, right? I forget which is which, like, and it's just like, and you know, it just comes down to like local, local, yes, love, I know, I'm so super late. We're late. Okay, I know. Just let me come back down a little bit. Like, let me like finish. I know. How's my sweet baby boy? I know. Who's my precious? Oh, crap. Are you my darling little boy, Nigel? But we heard Nigel, right? Please tell me that you heard Nigel. Oh yeah, white people language. With my old high school classmate from yeah, there were exactly 2 African American kids in my high school in rural Michigan. They were not related to each other. Hi, hello, Nigel Butt. Oh, we get to see Nigel. I love you, my camera shy little gorgeous angel. Who's my precious little baby boy? Look at him. He's beautiful. Oh, you know you're on stream, don't you? I swear he knows. I swear he knows. I've told my aunt about this cat so many times. She still has yet to come visit me at the new apartment, but I've told my aunt about this cat so many times. It's like I can tell she knows how smart he is and how weird he is. Hi. Hello, my love. I know. My precious little angel baby. Oh yeah, the last tent was set on before my I moved into this part. Oh yay! We've got 1 super chat. Let me see if I can revive the super chat goal. So we can like add on some okay, live chat. New goal. Start another goal. So let's see. We've done 1. Let's really it'll only let me select in the preset options. Look, I only get preset options here. I can't like make them myself. So, okay. Like on the thing it says 5, but we'll know in our hearts that it's 4, okay? Because I've already gotten 1. And we'll set it for another 3 hours, even though I don't think I'm going to be streaming that much longer. Or I don't think I'm going to be streaming like a full 3 hours because I gotta shower because it's better for my circadian rhythm. And I'm going out with Argyle Dinosaur tomorrow to do the thing at the podcaster lecture tour. Okay. Last couple chats before I put on something. Okay. The guy in oh wait. You're not stupid. You just made you stupid. Yeah. I mean when I say when I say that I can be kind of stupid in spite of an IQ of 157 according to my mother. I mean it wouldn't surprise me at all if my mother added 10 points to that, because at that point it's just nitpicky as far as I'm concerned, because what I remember of the Stanford Binet children's test, it's like logic and memory puzzles, right? So like it's clearly like ranking some kind of intelligence, but that's not the end all be all of whether or not somebody is fundamentally smart or fundamentally stupid, right? Whereas like Ethel does enough stupid shit publicly that I think it's fair to say she's like at least kind of stupider than she wants to believe, right? It's like when I say I can be kind of stupid, or like if I playfully say I'm stupid as shit sometimes, it's in a loving way. It's like when I call people kid, or like when Southern ladies like say bless your heart. It depending on the context, it's either done like as a great compliment or as a massive burn. So it's like, I don't know, like there's different contexts where I can say somebody's being stupid or somebody is stupid, and it's like really Really? You're doing that? So let's see. I know how long it usually takes to like dish up the cat's food. So where am? Oh shit. Oh, you know what? I wanted to review this guy's video on stream, and I know it doesn't get especially exciting for the first like 10 to 15 minutes. So yeah, like let's get this one going. I'll dish out the cat's wet food for dinner for like the first 10 minutes or so, and I'll come back and like like offer some commentary on stuff through the rest of it. Please load fast. God, I love my goddamn laptop. I can like barely handle the Wi-Fi I've got it hooked up to. This is lovely. Hey, Cousin! Pink Cousin I!
Once upon a time, there was a mighty crusader named Ethel. She was a brave and virtuous hero who fought for justice and truth. While on her travels, she came upon the plight of thousands. The evil witch, Lily, was luring children to their doom with promises of safety and healing. Soon, these children found themselves in a web spun by the evil witch. Their innocence was being drained, for that's where Lily gets her power from. They had nowhere to run. Ethel sprang into action, and with her mighty hammer, she beat the evil witch Lily relentlessly upon the head. But Lily was a clever illusionist. She sat upon the hill and laughed as the mighty hero beat one of her drained victims tried to save their comrade. But Ethel, steadfast in her own virtues, ignored them. They were all liars and rape apologists after all.
Indeed, it's time for Ethel Thurston to get a reality check.
It is necessary for me to discuss my history with Ethel before I talk about anything else. Unfortunately, this means I also need to talk about Lily Orchard and Vosh. I started watching Lily Orchard back in the ancient days of 2017. Believe it or don't, she was actually my first introduction to lefty-adjacent content. Around that time, I was on a steady content diet of Monkey Jones, Emplemon, and a bunch of YouTube poopers. Lily's content led me to H Bomber Guy, which led me to Sean, 3 Arrows, ContraPoints, and eventually Vosh. I started watching Vosh pretty early on in his career, back in 2019. I mostly watched his responses to PragerU and other right-wing channels. I stopped standing Vosh after his response to Lily Orchard. Simply put, I liked Lily better than I liked Vosh. Honestly, I'm more than a little ashamed about this because his response to Lily came after his non-apology for sexual harassment, where he blamed his actions on autism. I should have dropped him after that. I stopped standing Lily because of Ethel's video. Lily Orchard encouraged a friend to groom a minor. Keep this in mind for later, it's important. Finally, I started watching Essence of Thought during their fight with Rationality Rules. I was quite impressed with Ethel's channel. Her videos were well edited and robustly sourced. I very quickly grew to trust Essence of Thought. Dare I say, Ethel was basically my hero after a while. I genuinely wanted to be like how I thought she was, and I faced a lot of abuse throughout my life, and it was nice seeing someone who was willing to stand up for people like me. It really is too bad she just basically became another abuser, in my eyes. I always had a degree of fear about her. At the time, I figured it was because I was so used to people mistreating me that I expect it from everyone, but in hindsight, I think I was just picking up on some signs that Ethel was toxic in much the same way as people who've abused me before. Back in 2021, I was frolicking on Twitter when I found a post by the account Shit Voshite Say. It showed a clip of Vosh saying that black people were in slavery than they were in Africa. There were things that stood out to me about this clip. It was only 7 seconds long. It ended in the middle of a sentence. I'm pretty sure Vosh was counting on his fingers when he said it. I had my doubts that this was actually an example of Vosh's racism. I don't have the clip, nor do I have the extended version that Ethel ignored. I've been searching for it, but with no luck. If you, the viewer, knows where to find it, please give it to me. I retweeted the clip, noting that Vosh's racism is usually a little more subtle than this, and I asked for context. Then I continued, making my post into a thread. I talked about how misinformation like this is dangerous, and it gives Vosh and his fans examples to support their claims that people only hate him because of out-of-context clips. In the eyes of the simple Voshite, all critics have Vosh derangement syndrome. I have had many Voshlings come after me for being critical of God Emperor Vosh, so yeah, I wanted people to be more careful about what information they were sharing online. I also told people to vet and reference their sources better for the sake of defense, and to check out Essence of Thought's channel and pay attention to how they cited video sources. I used to have the screenshots of this thread, but the device they were on was stolen from me. I assume Ethel has them, but I don't know for sure. I'm glad you asked. First, someone responded with a 40-second version of the clip I was talking about. It turns out that Vosh was listing off white supremacist arguments he thought were stupid. After that, Shit Voshites Say deleted their post. Wow, I am loving these questions. I briefly rejoined Twitter last year. During this time, I went and found Ethel's response. As seen here. What's so wrong about this? Well, she starts off by talking down to me the way an abuser talks to a child. She changed the topic from racism to pedophilia. She brought up racism as an afterthought alongside ableism and transphobia. Keep in mind, this is a conversation about racism. She told me I was wrong about why citing sources is important without an actual correction. She admitted she didn't know what she was actually responding to, and she told me I'm defending a pro-child raping piece of shit. What? She basically told me that correcting misinformation about racism is child rape apologetics. This isn't to say that Ethel was wholly wrong.
Oh, hey, it seems to be like a regular thing now. I gather up the dishes for their wet food, and then I have to pee. And of course, I was behind just long enough on this that I don't really have good time to make a pot of cold brew. I mean, I could, but it'll be for Sunday's breakfast. So I do have some instant coffee, but it only works with hot water. So I don't have a new electric kettle yet. But I've got peanut butter on bread because I don't want to fuck around with my toaster right now. And a couple of my meds, it's best if I take them with something, in the area of food. Like that. It sounds really good. Okay, we're looking at something I said about an hour and a half ago. So I'm assuming something like I'm assuming I was going over my schedule that I'm proposing for Thurston Thursdays. Excuse me. And jigsaw puzzles, or arts and crafty kind of stuff on Sundays. Tuesdays, until I have a laptop decent enough to start doing my my radio show from home again. I think Tuesdays we can just do like a music open discussion. You know, or whatever the hell she'll stream. Probably focused on music, but I do want to start doing my radio show again on Tuesdays. It's just I'm gonna need a laptop that can handle it, and this one cannot. So let me go back to the beginning since it was just like just under 7 minutes. So that's like not even the beginning of the beginning. It's and let's bring him up to 1.25 speed. Just as a decent, because playing Ethel at normal, who has a really like, you know, moderately paced speech cadence. Maybe Ethan Klein. Yeah, like playing Ethel at normal speed sounds like playing Ethan Klein at 0.5 speed, and she's got a monotone worse than like a trans femme Ben Stein. So you gotta boost up Ethel's speed, even if it's on video by somebody else who's just like addressing stuff Ethel has said in her own videos. Otherwise, you'll think that the teacher from Ferris Bueller and the Wonder Years first series is on Quaaludes. That's what she sounds like. She sounds like trans femme Ben Stein on fucking Ludes, and it drives me. Like, you know what? I didn't mind it so much at first, but then the more other people started pointing it out, the more I realized that this is especially egregious, like slow speech. Somebody on a previous stream in the chat said that they think she does this for people who don't speak English as their first language, but like just because you're speaking it more slowly doesn't necessarily make it easier to understand. Like of other languages, like people who speak a lot of other languages as their first language think that people who speak English as their first language sound slow when we speak it. Like we speak English more slowly than a lot of other people natively speak their other languages besides English. Like this is a thing. This is a thing. This is a well-established thing. So like when you're now speaking your native English at like half the speed, you know, or even 75% the speed that you normally would, because you think this is going to be making it easier for people who speak English as a second language, you just sound like you're talking down to ESL speakers. You really do. like there's no other way to put it. It just comes out as like patronizing and like you're talking down to them. And nobody likes being talked down to. But, you know, like if you spent enough time in the Essence of Thought Discord server to the point that you've been like psychologically browbeaten into submitting to Ethel's point of view on everything, like that's the only way that this sounds okay. Like that's like at that point you've just been talked down to so much that you find it acceptable.
Reality check.
In a web spun by the evil witch. Their innocence was being drained, for that's where Lily gets her power from. They had nowhere to run. Ethel sprang into action, and with her mighty hammer, she beat the evil witch Lily relentlessly upon the head.
This was a bit
But Lily was a clever illusionist. She sat upon the hill and laughed. Once upon a time, there was a mighty crusader named Ethel. She was a brave and virtuous hero who fought for justice and truth. While on her travels, she came upon the plight of thousands. The evil witch, Lily, was luring children to their doom with promises of safety and healing. Soon, these children found themselves in a web spun by the evil witch. Their innocence was being drained, for that's where Lily gets her power from. They had nowhere to run. Ethel sprang into action, and with her mighty hammer, she beat the evil witch Lily relentlessly upon the head. But Lily was a clever illusionist. She sat upon the hill and laughed as the mighty hero beat one of her drained victims upon the head. Lily's other victims tried to save their comrade, but Ethel, steadfast in her own virtues, ignored them. They were all liars and rape apologists after all.
Indeed, it's time for Ethel Thurston to get a reality check.
It is necessary for me to discuss my history with Ethel before I talk about anything else. Unfortunately, this means I also need to talk about Lily Orchard and Vosh. I started watching Lily Orchard back in the ancient days of 2017. Believe it or don't, she was actually my first introduction to lefty-adjacent content. Around that time, I was on a steady content diet of
And that is a really terrible, to start with lefty-adjacent, YouTube or otherwise like social media based content, right? Because there's a really good 6-hour live stream that I wish to like go over sometime in on my Thurston Thursdays with I'm going to be going over it in chunks. It's not going to be like one big thing because I don't like to stream for more than 6 hours. Ideally, I like to keep it around 4 or 5. 3 or 4. 5 is acceptable. I think the most I've ever done in one sitting is 10. But it is what it is. But anyway, okay, Crimson Ender, Lily Orchard. And this stream of theirs that, okay, 5 hours and 20 minutes. So, oh, how long is this one? So yeah, I think I'll start with the fake leftist one and then go to the, okay, so this is 3 hours, 33 minutes, and 33 seconds. I love it. So, anyway, like, I want to go over both of these and explain the parallels between how Ethel conducts herself online and all of that, and how it is, at the very least, eerily similar to the way Lily Orchard conducts herself online and to like show that like no, like these are two narcissists who can't stand each other for whatever reasons. I mean ultimately it's because of narcissists to the degree these two are do not like to share the spotlight. I mean, sometimes a narcissist will like, step to the side for, like another person, to join in with them. But it's ultimately, like a calculated, it's a calculated effort to, like appear to be something that they are not, which is less of a narcissist. But these two, like Ethel and Lily Orchard, like don't even like, play act in that manner. Like they're both so egregiously narcissistic that that like it's just one of those things where you can say like once you see it, you can't unsee it, right?
Monkey Jones, Lemon, and a bunch of YouTube poopers. Lily's content led me to H-Bomber Guy, which led me to Sean, 3 Arrows, ContraPoints, and eventually Vosh. I started watching Vosh pretty early on in his career, back in 2019. I mostly watched his responses to PragerU and other right-wing channels. I stopped standing Vosh after his response to Lily Orchard. Simply put, I liked Lily Vosh. Honestly, I'm more than a little ashamed about this because his response to Lily came after his non-apology for sexual harassment, where he blamed his actions on autism. I should have dropped him after that. I stopped.
Yeah, like Vosh is like doing less of his own, like blaming his actions on his autism himself. He's like not doing that so much himself anymore. In fact, like you'd be hard pressed to find, a stream from the last 4 years or so where he's done that again. Usually he just lets his fans do it for him and then, claim he doesn't do that or doesn't do that anymore. But, like he doesn't really make the best good faith effort to, advise his fans not to do that. I mean, he sometimes will say, I don't want my fans doing this, but because so much of what he says, excuse me, can be interpreted as sarcasm, like they just don't listen to him when he says that because, they think he doesn't actually care one way or the other. And honestly, I don't think he does care. I think he's perfectly okay with it. He's just saying this, in an attempt to look like, he doesn't actually endorse this when, he's actually like perfectly okay with it. Like he's apathetic about people who do this on his behalf at the very best. Like at the very best, he's apathetic when people do that on his behalf. But I think it is just as likely that he enjoys it because now he doesn't have to say it. Other people are more than willing to say it for him, which, is like kind of a shitty thing to do because like just because a person is autistic doesn't mean that, they cannot learn that these kinds of behaviors are unacceptable. Like it may take a little bit of effort to finally sink in why these behaviors are socially unacceptable, and that's fine. Like, but the first thing you got to know to understand why it's unacceptable is to know that it is unacceptable, that this is not something you want to do and maintain in the good social graces of other, and expect to maintain the good social graces of others, right? So it's like my younger sister, I think I mentioned earlier that I mean, in addition to her own like narcissistic leaning BPD, but my younger sister, the one I mentioned earlier in the stream, she was also autistic, like to the point where there were probably a good like 6 hours a day where she was just rocking in place, in her chair, right? For whatever reason. Like it wasn't, I don't get it. I don't know like why this is a common stimming thing that people on the that people with ASD tend to do, but like she was very visibly autistic at a lot of times, but at the same time, like she had it easier with understanding social stuff, or at least understanding what kind of social expectations were had and how to meet them than somebody who is also, to observe them visibly autistic, like Chris Chan. And it's like, I've got complicated opinions about Chris Chan. Like, I recognize that Chris is not as stupid as a lot of people seem to think she is. Like, she is kind of clever, but as I've said before, with analogies to my my Tash House pocket knife that I still have, just because my Tash House pocket knife is sharper than a butter knife does not mean it is sharp as it's as sharp as a razor, right? So like on the spectrum of sharp blades, Chris Chan is in the area of my Tastow's pocket knife. Like just sharp enough to get a number of things done that a person would need to do on, a given day, wherein like a pocket knife would come in handy. But, Chris is not, like gonna, you're not gonna want to shave with Chris Chan as a blade, right? So, but Chris, like, especially if a lot of Chris's special needs, were addressed when she was younger, and like I do I do understand that it's like, like the more somebody else did a really good video like breaking down like why Chris Chan is actually trans, actually. But Chris Chan is also just like chronically stupid in ways that I can only begin to dream of being stupid in, right? Like like this is a manner that, like, Chris Chan is chronically stupid in a way that truly impresses me, and that like I don't even see displayed by a number of the people I've known, or at least encountered, who are on the autism spectrum themselves. Like my younger sister was, she was noticeably brighter than Chris Chan, like noticeably sharper than Chris Chan in a lot of ways. And that's because, like, even though she was undiagnosed in childhood because it was the 1980s, and, like, even with visible signs, like, rocking in place for, like a combined like 6 to 9 hours a day or something like that, like a lot of people were reluctant to diagnose little girls as autistic, like unless like some kind of like extreme threshold was crossed, right? So, but still, it's like we were able to like generally convey to her like, no, that's socially unacceptable. Why? It just kind of is, like, like, even if it was clear that she, like, we're talking like 6, 7, 8 years old, right? Even if it's clear that she didn't completely understand the reason that we gave for why doing X is socially unacceptable, she was still willing to accept it because it meant people would like her better. And this is something that like came up in one of the last conversations I had with my father before he passed away, was like, that like he would frequently get on my case when I was a kid, like with ADHD and crippling rejection sensitivity, which my ADHD was diagnosed in childhood, because that's the like that's how apparent it was that like even specialists who were otherwise reluctant to diagnose an AFAB child with ADHD would just be like, no, that kid has ADHD, like, trust us. But it went criminally untreated in my childhood because my parents were both like nearly 40 when I was born, which is not the age you want to have kids at, for a number of reasons. One of them being that a lot of people just like do not a lot of people like lose their curiosity with age. So it's like, speaking as a broad generalization, if somebody is like now like in their late 30s, or even just past the age of 40, or like in the case of Bob Chandler, 52 when their child is born, they are like I said, as a broad generalization, parents of that age are far more likely to like stubbornly hold on to older ideas of child development that had been like like, even if it's been long discredited, right? Even if it's been long disproven that like, no, this theory doesn't hold water anymore. We thought it did like maybe 20 years ago, but it doesn't anymore. And that's like, like, no, like this is what's up with your kid, right? So like I said, like, so like I said, like my parents kind of like denied treating my ADHD, like even when it was very apparent when I was like as young as like 6 years old. But yeah, like my dad would like always like look at like me, the kid with ADHD, who's like, not getting treatment for it, and now has like near crippling rejection sensitivity, even though like when I would try to be social, it's clear that I actually wanted to be social. I just like, like I was most likely to be social when I knew like what the situation was, right? Like if it was a situation where I knew it was gonna like hold my interest long enough, and it's not because like I thought other people were boring, it's because I didn't want to look like I didn't care about the people I was interacting with, right? But anyway, like I said to my dad, like in our last conversation we had before he passed away, which was 2 months later of, like just a random brain aneurysm, right? So like this was not an old man on his deathbed trying to get into heaven and make good with and make good with the triune God of Catholicism that he was raised with, nor the weird cultish 12 steppers that he got in that he got like involved with through like trying to control his alcoholism, right? And this was a man who had no idea he had like 2.5 months left to go. This is a man who like, so I have more reason to believe that he genuinely thought, like that, like he was being like real with me, right? So like I said to him, dude, you always got on my case for not being friendly enough with people when, like, the words I used at the time, because that's what I, was going with at the time. Like I didn't have the term rejection sensitivity dysphoria that I do now, right? So I said, dude, I was just a really shy kid. Like I knew I was awkward. I knew I had like interests that did not match up with most kids my age. And so yeah, I was very selective about who I would, like respond to when trying to make friends. And it's not because I didn't want friends, it's that I didn't want people to it's like I didn't want people to think I was too weird to be friends with, right? I was just a shy kid, and you would always like get on my ass about like not being friendly enough, like Molly, my younger sister, who would be friendly with everybody who, who walked by. And I said, Dad, Molly was too friendly. Like the reason she's a literal crackhead right now is because, she just wants to, like she just wants everybody to like her, and she doesn't even completely understand why she wants them to like her. So the first time somebody offered her crack, she said okay. And, now she's a literal crackhead, and you're and you're admitting in the most roundabout way that, you didn't, that you that maybe you were a bit too lenient with Molly and too strict with me, when maybe you could have been, done it the other way around. And he said, yeah, and I know that now, and I'm sorry. And, and like, and like I said, I said, dude, I accept. Cause like, like the reason he didn't put it into those words until I put it into words for, him to agree with, like, it has nothing to do with like any kind of like personality disorder or anything. Like, like he's not like a narcissist just going along to, get what he wants. My dad had a head injury in 1990. So, that really, had a nasty effect on like how his brain power worked. So like he would like stumble over words a lot, and and stuff like that. So it's like, like in my dad's case, it's like I had to put it into words for him to hopefully agree with, because, like he had like a traumatic, like, like physical brain injury that, made it harder for him to, like find the words and speak his mind, the way he wanted to. So, you kind of had to like understand him, like the way, a kid who he'd raised that kid's entire life up until going no contact for like the last, like since the age of 17, right? So how did I get going off on that tangent? Oh, right. Something about
standing Lily because of
oh,
Ethel's
right.
video.
Something about autism and Vouch. But yeah, like Vouch is, like I was willing to give Vouch the benefit of the doubt on all of the weird analogies he would do to like age of consent laws and CSEM laws, because like I was a teenager during the heyday of Howard Stern's career as a syndicated radio host, right? So it's like I know that sometimes people will, especially if they are working in as an entertainer, which is like what a streamer is. It's like streamers are to this generation as shock jocks like Howard Stern were, and talk radio and all that, right? So it's like I said, I grew up on Howard Stern, on the radio, like getting ready for, class as a teenager in the 1990s. So it's like I was willing to give Vouch the benefit of the doubt until the taxes folder from last year. I want to say March of 2024 was when that like leaked on stream. And so yeah, at that point I was just like, okay, you are clearly making these analogies to try and justify something in yourself that is kind of messed up, but that like you are still willing to indulge in some form, even though it it does it that kind of art that in dick quotes, I'm crocheting. I can't pull up my fingers every time, but like that kind of illustration that at least one of them anyway. People who try and defend lolicon hentai, excuse me, as or at least its consumption and creation in the States, it's like no, that's not legal. It's against federal law. Like there are federal laws that specifically say this is not legal, but with the caveat that there is the whole thing in the United States of states' rights, and because illustrations of this kind and even all text fiction of this kind, like like Lily Orchard and her Stockholm series. Of course, she's Canadian, so but yeah, because of like the states' rights to specifically outline what they do and do not consider CSEM, and because these do not explicitly mention that no, it does include works of fiction, including illustrations, and writing. It's hard to prosecute people for simply possessing it. Now, what you can get people on is distribution, but even that it's in this weird area where it's just less difficult to prosecute, right?
Lily Orchard encouraged a friend to groom a minor. I started watching Essence of Thought during their fight with Rationality Rules. I was quite impressed with Ethel's channel. Her videos were well edited and robustly sourced. I very quickly...
So since I've got at least one person in the chat tonight who was not previously familiar with Ethel, therefore not the Ethel v. Rachel Oates debacle of 2019. Yeah, the Rationality Rules beef that Ethel this was basically like the prologue to Ethel's now 5-year unrepentant one-sided beef with Rachel Oates, where like she's trying to convince the internet, or at least herself anyway, that Rachel Oates is this terrible, like toxic, like abusive transphobe who entertains white supremacist fantasies, like in the same breath that Ethel herself engaged in literally dehumanizing a low-wage security worker of the native ethnic population of India, whose first language isn't even English, it is Hindi, who on any given day may have had it up to here with white people, while Ethel herself, as we can see from we can see from her Ping avatar on that she uses on YouTube a lot, to even some of the photos of herself that she will occasionally use on YouTube, or like IRL photos such as this one right here. I hope these little like thumbnail things that I'm scrolling over are coming up on Restream. Otherwise, I'd look like a complete idiot right now. So that's why I'm like looking over at my phone, just to. Oh, okay, sweet. Thumbnails do come up on the Restream thing. So yeah, like as we can see, Ethel is very, very white, and Ethel speaks with a heavy English accent. And remember, like, what country had India subjugated under colonial rule for a little under 2 centuries, up until 1947, meaning that, yes, there are a significant number of people in both India and England who remember British India, who remember British colonialism in India, who remember British rule over India, who remember British imperialist abuse in India. But, like Ethel thought it was a good look to say that this ostensibly brown-skinned man, who's an ostensibly low-wage security worker, who was, shouting at her, who appeared to be, a white woman, possibly a tourist, and who could have been overheard just seconds before, to have a heavy English accent. Therefore he assumes that like maybe, she's not, like somebody who is living in India under a spousal visa, but is instead, like possibly a tourist, with an accent that does not necessarily have the warmest associations amongst the, amongst the native population of India, right? But no, Ethel thought it was a good look to say that this man was barking at her, like basically animalizing him to make this anecdote sound extra scary. Because she poor little white Ethel who gets misogyny on a daily basis. Misogyny to a point where she can't even use the subway anymore. She got to pay 10 times as much for a taxi cab. And she discussed this anecdote in a video she uploaded not even 3 whole months. Like it was like 8 weeks and change after she accused Evangelina Skov of, in 100 different ways, you have snatched the bread from our starving mouths. No, Ethel. Like, if you and Adita are really that hard up for cash, why don't you start taking the subway again like a normal person? Who actually lives in India and isn't just a tourist, like throwing money around on cabs to go everywhere. But no. Ethel does not care about letting her anti-racist mask slip if she thinks it will make somebody else look worse. Which it doesn't. It doesn't, because I'm not the only person who failed to be fooled by that shit.
Grew to trust Essence of Thought. Dare I say, Ethel was basically my hero after a while. I genuinely wanted to be like how I thought she was, and I faced a lot of abuse throughout my life, and it was nice seeing someone who was willing to stand up for people like me. It really is too bad she just basically became another abuser, in my eyes. I always had a degree of fear about her. At the time, I figured it was because I was so used to people mistreating me that I expect it from everyone, but in hindsight, I think I was just picking up on some signs that Ethel was toxic in much the same way as people who've abused me before. Back in 2021, I was frolicking on Twitter when I found a post by the account Shit Voshite Say. It showed a clip of
And
Vosh.
that's like exactly what soured me on Ethel for like maybe the last year before, she finally like kicked my lurker ass from her server, from her Discord server. Like, yeah, like I'd been like lurking for at least the, last year I was still technically in there. I might have popped, I might have like, said like a couple like very brief lines in a conversation I'd observed, but I was like overwhelmingly lurking that last year and some. And but yeah, like I had picked up on enough of Ethel's behavior that really lined up with my own worst ex. A lot of things that she would say and do like really reminded me of him. And I'm not saying that to be transmisogynistic. I'm saying that because, abusive behaviors are not bound by gender, right? And honestly, worst ex is also non-binary. So what are you gonna do, right? A lot of her toxicity reminded me of my own narcissistic mother at times. It reminded me of the ways my father could not, would like lash out in violence and, like especially after his head injury. Just because he had a harder time controlling himself, right? Like, because like he had a good like a good like third of his brain was like all but necrotic after his head injury, right? Like it was just like it was just like it was just like it was just like a third of like I said, like about a third of my father's brain matter after his head injury in 1990 was like just like clinging on to just enough life to not be like to not be cells going necrotic, right? That it's why he didn't have to have a large chunk of his brain removed, but like it was severely damaged, right? Like so yeah, like it did change his behavior a lot. It did change, like a lot of the it affected his speech and his and a lot of his like cognitive abilities. So yeah, it's like so yeah, like it would be a situation where it's like he was abusive, but by but by coincidence, like not due to like at least not directly related to mental health issues. Though he did have mental health issues of his own from, having a a more obviously abusive, father of his own, right? And like I said, like before his head injuries, like yeah, he did have some anger management issues, but he was able to keep better control over it for the most part. Like he even though he knew like what like true beatings were from his father, he still thought it was okay to spank kids, which like we now like even as far back as the 80s, it was already being said by child development psychologists, right? That spanking does not work. That all it does is like teach kids that like at best like it just teaches kids not to get caught in doing whatever it was that resulted in the spanking. But more often than not, it teaches kids, especially the younger you start spanking a child, it teaches them that lashing out in violence is okay, especially if the other person is weaker than you. So, like I said, like best case scenario, what a kid learns from spanking is how not to get caught. Worst case scenario, what a kid learns from spanking is that it's okay to be an abusive asshole. Right? So yeah, like My father fell somewhere in the middle of that spectrum, no, that's a spectrum of the outcome of spanking a child. Oh, okay, yeah. So like after his own upbringing, he fell somewhere in the middle of that, I guess. In like, I don't know. It's just he's been gone a little over 20 years now. So, um, but yeah, like I said, like my mother was definitely the primary abuser, usually emotionally. Usually emotionally, though, she thought it was like, she thought it was a far better idea to hit the kids than my dad did. Um, and like I'm not saying my dad was like the perfect in trying to reason with children about like, why not to do the thing, but he did prefer the idea of spanking as a last resort. But then like I said, his head injury in 1990 and that messing with like, his impulse control and his ability to like really look at the situation rationally, right? So yeah, like between like stuff that reminded me of the way my parents would be abusive, especially my mother, and stuff that reminded me of the way my own worst ex was abusive, that like that's like much like oh crap, I'm forgetting. I know this dude's name. Really, we're doing this today. Ozzy Tovel is the handle that I'm pulling up on the end of the Earl when I hover over. So yeah, Oz here, he's describing, like kind of like my own thoughts about like why I went to lurker mode, in Ethel's server, as relatively quickly as I did. Like unlike Oz, I did not have this, like high opinion of Ethel. I thought she had some good ideas. I thought that, some of this was ideas she could cultivate into, better ideas if she was willing to, like work with other people on stuff a bit more. She's always used her abusive background to, like justify a lot of the nonsense and bullcrap that she says and does. So I also like kind of, I did, I kind of sympathize with that, and I did like feel compassion towards that, because like no little kid should go through the things Ethel has described of her own childhood. But at the same time, like just because Ethel went through this, traumatic childhood and, has some good ideas that could be, refined into something better, like that doesn't excuse the way that she treats people online.
Saying that black people were better off in slavery than they were in Africa. There were a few things that stood out to me about this clip.
Wait, what was that?
It was only 7 seconds long.
I missed that.
At the time, I figured it was because I was so used to people mistreating me that I expect it from everyone, but in hindsight, I think I was just picking up on some signs that Ethel was toxic in much the same way as people who've abused me before. Back in 2021, I was frolicking on Twitter when I found a post by the account Shit Voshite Say. It showed a clip of Vosh saying that black people were better off in slavery than they were in Africa. There were a few things that stood out to me about this clip. It was only 7 seconds long. It ended in the middle of a sentence. I'm pretty fingers when he said it. I extended. I've been searching for it, but with no luck. The viewer know where to find it, please give it to me. I retweeted the clip, noting Vosh's racism is usually a little more subtle than this, and asked for context. Then I continued, making my post into a thread. I talked about how misinformation like this is dangerous, and it gives Vosh and his fans examples to support their claims that people only hate him because of out-of-context clips. In the eyes of the simple Vosh, all critics have Vosh derangement.
Oh, plenty and enough terrible shit in even in full context that you don't need to clip these weird, absurd sound bites out of context to make him sound worse. Like Vosh is bad enough on his own. Like, yeah, he's a great example of like stopped watch theory that, yeah, like sure, occasionally he'll say something that's on the nose, but like my my narcissistically abusive mother, like in an effort to, try and manipulate people, would often, like assure them that, she sees the sky as blue and she sees the grass as green, and therefore you should believe everything else she says. Right? Like like I'm sorry, like Vosh is like Vosh honestly has no more better takes than anybody else in left-wing adjacent spaces on YouTube or elsewhere on social media. Like he's really like no better at this than the average person who doesn't even have half the education about this that he does. Like this is a man with a sociology degree, and he sounds like and like most of the time he sounds like he's like just barely above like romper room level sociology's 001 level theory stuff. Like he's smarter than the shit he says. He's smart enough to know that this is really basic bullshit stuff that everybody knows, but he doesn't care. Like in that sense, he and FD Signifier are exactly alike. And there's a stream where I want to say November, October, thereabouts. I think it was just before I brought home the kitten, where FD Signifier called in on President Sunday's stream and literally admitted that he, FDS, has not read a complete book since he dropped out of his PhD in 2019. And, like Vosh is pretty much the same way. Like they both think that they are smart enough that they don't have to learn any further, that they're just going to coast on just rambling on. And I will agree with President Sunday when he says that FD Signifier is a streamer who is, like too much of a weenie to go live. So he will like basically put up these, stream of conscious, videos that barely get any editing, to sound coherent. And so it's like watching Vouch, but in a more condensed format. Like he's not spreading this out over over a 9-hour stream. He's condensed it into a 45-minute like edit and upload version of whatever the hell. So yeah, like FD Signifier and Vouch are two sides of the same coin, and the only like the primary difference between the two as far as like personality goes, rather than like their YouTube style, where like FD Signifier does pseudo essays that are little more than off the cuff unscripted rants that could have been done in a streamer format, the first time, where at least then you're bouncing ideas off of a chat who's like engaged in watching you, right? But no, like after that, their primary difference is FD Signifier has not had a taxes folder incident, but I don't think he ever will. He just, I mean, at least he's never said or done anything that I'm aware of that would lead to that kind of thing being unsurprising, right? Like FD Signifier would have had to pull the wool over so many people's eyes to not have, to eventually have a taxes folder incident, right? Like I don't think that's going to happen. He just doesn't seem like the type, and he doesn't seem like the type to put any especial effort into hiding, those kind of predilections in himself if he had them, because he is completely okay with like dropping hints all over the place that he would like to go on a time machine so he can personally lick Marcus Garvey's butthole, right? Like if you know what if you know enough about Marcus Garvey's, beliefs and writings, you can tell that FD signifier is a neo-Garveyist who is, like, who is hiding it in plain sight. Like, I do not want to start ranting about Marcus Garvey. I really don't. But, like, feel free to look him up on Wikipedia. And if you familiarize yourself with enough FD signifier, you'll probably see it too. Just like Marcus Garvey's like published shit long enough ago that I believe it's mostly, if not completely, in public domain, meaning that like it's no longer under copyright protection. Marcus, let me just make sure. Garvey free books. Okay, archive.org has archive.org has a free readable ebook version of the Philosophy and Opinions of Marcus Garvey, or Africa for the Africans. The most famous collection of Marcus Garvey's speeches and essays, originally compiled by his wife in 2 volumes in 1923 and 1925. So yeah, like this is under public domain. This is what public domain means. It is not, simply the act of publishing things to be read for free, by the public, right? Public domain is a specific area of copyright law wherein like a work is like either the copyright failed to be renewed, such as with a lot of films from the such as a lot of films before the 1970s, and even a few films after the 1970s have had copyright fail to be renewed, right? Wikipedia has a list of films in the public domain, and it's some of these will surprise you. Like Carnival of Souls is in the public domain, meaning that you can reproduce it and sell your, sell copies, sell your version that you've reproduced, of it, right? So like if you want to put in a DVD, if you want to put Carnival of Souls on a DVD, and only like include, I don't know, like maybe you wrote a high school essay about Carnival of Souls and existentialism, right? I don't know. When I was in Pioneer High School, I took a philosophy 001 course there at that school. So I know there are some high schools that have a philosophy course. So yeah, like if you wrote a high school philosophy paper on Carnival of Souls and existential dread or something, and you included that in your DVD, I mean, you don't even have to include that in a DVD. You can just like upload a DVD with like your own, auto inserted, chapters and that, right? And you can sell that, as a DVD on Amazon or something, right? And because Carnival of Souls has lapsed into the public domain, even though it was only produced in, I believe, 1967, I don't know. It's relative to most other films that have already lapsed into the public domain because copyright fails to be renewed. Carnival of Souls is a relatively young film, right? But if you wanted to include extra features to entice people to buy your, public domain reproduction of Carnival of Souls, your high school philosophy paper on Carnival of Souls and existential dread, right? Like that's I think, a topic that Carnival of Souls can adequately, address, right? You can include that. Now, your high school philosophy paper on Carnival of Souls and existential dread, that will be your protected copyright material, and like the free, Carnival of Souls, film that you downloaded off of, like the digital archive or something, because it's in the public domain, like that, anybody can reproduce that, and you have no claim over that. You don't even have your claim over, like if you went in and carefully selected like which chapters, to put on the chapter menu of the DVD edition that you're releasing, like no, you can't claim, like these chapter breaks because it is not your work that, you are just like offering this version with chapter breaks you've decided on. That is not, like that version of Carnival of Souls is not your unique work. So, right. But yeah, so like, I really hate when people think that, like, oh, it's published, to read for free on Tumblr. That makes it public domain. No, it doesn't. Public domain is a specific category of copyrighted materials. It is materials that are no to copyright protections of the original author.
Syndrome. I have many Voshlings come after me for being critical of God Emperor Vosh, information they were sharing online. I also told people to vet and reference their sources better for the sake of defense, and to check out Essence of Thought's channel and pay attention to how they cited video sources. I used to have the screenshots of this thread, but the
I will say, I did kind of like the fact, like when I was still, a moderate fan of Essence of Thought, I do like the way that Ethel likes to like she'll go gonzo with citing sources. Now, do these sources always back up what points she's trying to make? No, not always. I went and double checked a couple of them, and that's where I was just like, okay, like, she's got some good ideas, but she needs to cite better sources to back up these ideas, right? Like that's where I was like, okay, she's clearly not doing this as good as she thinks she is, but like if she's willing to accept feedback, like, and I don't remember if it was me or somebody else in the server who was offering feedback. I think it was somebody else that I something, and of course, like Ethel had to Ethel all up and like make it clear that she does not want anybody correcting anything she's done, because like like Grand Empress Ethel of the most righteous people and self-appointed most virtuous person on the internet. If you ask Ethel, like I said, self-appointed most virtuous internet person, as far as she's concerned, she does everything perfectly the first time, and she needs no feedback on anything. And I'm like, no, like you can clearly cite better sources for this point you're trying to make, but you're not, and that's an issue. Like I said, I think it was somebody else who did that, because like I would have remembered it better if it was me saying that, but yeah, like she's a piece of work. She's a piece of work.
device they were on was stolen from me. I assume Ethel has them, but I don't know for
wait.
critical of God Emperor Vosh. I wanted people to be more careful what information they were sharing online. Also told people to vet and reference their sources better for the sake of defense, and to check out Essence of Thought's channel and pay attention to this. I used to have the screenshots of this thread, but the device they were on was stolen from me. I assume Ethel has them, but I don't know for sure. Bert in question was another vector of abuse toward Liz. Better for the sake of defense. Check out Essence of Thought's channel and pay attention to how they cited video sources. I used to have the screenshot. The device they were on was stolen from me. I assume Ethel has them, but I don't.
I assume Ethel has her own screenshots. I don't want her clipping this and claiming I accused her of stealing the device. Oh yeah, like honestly, that's not too far-fetched. A possible, thing Ethel would say, right? Like that is like, I mean, it's just absurd enough that it seems unlikely, but it's also not so absurd that it seems unrealistic, right? Sorry for getting some gum in my mouth. I've So I mentioned a couple hours ago in stream, I'm a classically trained singer, and I had like 15 years of like voice lessons. But I'm also finally being treated via medication and other therapies for my ADHD, meaning that because the medication I'm on has a side effect of dry mouth, and I also have a deformation in my uvula that causes my own obstructive sleep apnea. Excuse me. And it's not much better now that it's not really any better now that I'm nearly 100 pounds smaller than when I first got my CPAP, but then what happens is so yeah,